Thank you for joining us. I'm looking for,
Yep, I'm here.
great, thank you. Let's see, I'm looking for Corinne Bell or Dr. Ramsey Mahmood. They joined yet. I see Mr. Robert Brownwood has joined. Thank you for joining us. We're just doing audio and visual checks. Okay. Good morning, Darren. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I think he's still connecting. We're still waiting on two more of our ELTAC members. Unless I'm missing any, unless I'm not seeing them, I'm looking for Corinne Bell and Dr. Mahmood. Not anything going yet. Okay. Good morning, Thomas. I see that you joined us so we can see your video and maybe hear you.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Sure, yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Hi.
Hi. So we'll be starting pretty shortly, and we're just asking for all of the non-ELTAC members to turn off the video feed and then and be on mute as well. And then that way, and then when called upon, you'll be able to mute and show your video.
Okay. Do you want me to turn off my audio and?
Yes, please. Thank
Okay.
you. Good morning, Corinne. How are you? I see you're joining in.
Yeah, good morning. I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good, thank you. And we can see you and hear you as well. So good.
Great.
Hey, Jacob, this is Josie. When we go over the Zoom feature, currently in my screen, there's no feature for raise hand. So you're gonna go over that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Jan, what's the latest on the webcast? Do we know yet?
I just talked to them. They are doing some other something to try and fix it. So
Okay.
they can see us, but they just can't hear anything. So
Okay.
we're working on it.
All right. And good morning, Dr. Ramsey. We're doing mic checks and video checks and we can see you.
Yeah, good morning. I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess that just proves that no matter how much you prepare in advance, there's always going to be something that comes up. So thank you for your patience. I think we'll go ahead and wait just a little bit longer to see if we can get the audio issue corrected with the webcast. But at some point, we may just have to get started with the meeting. It appears that maybe it might be an audio issue from Zoom, but we'll See if they can get that squared away. Jenna Lynn, we are recording here though, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that could be.
It looks like AV just rejoined, so I want to make sure that we keep talking a little bit so they can see if they can hear us.
We do have everybody in attendance. That's good. Jen, did you already refill your tea for the day or?
No, I seriously thinking I need to text my husband to bring me some coffee right now. You know how it start with tea and move to coffee, slowly upping the caffeine intake to keep me going. So.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting some positive feedback. Hold on, I'm going to disappear again. They're calling.
All right. Maybe that's all it was the Zoom needed some tea or some caffeine. Just thank you everybody for the patience.
All right, we are ready to go. Getting some positive feedback. Hold on.
Looks like Jen, yeah, there was some echo there, just FYI. Okay, well, since we got the heads up, just again, thank you everybody. If you're an ELTAC member, please and you can please have your video feed on. You should probably should be on mute for the time being, and then as we go through, then we'll ask each person to mute at the time. So I would like to just first start by welcoming everybody to the inaugural 2021-2022 Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee. My name is Jacob Oaxaca, and I am the ELTAC's designated ELAP officer, and I will be the facilitator for today's meeting. I'm joined by Jen McLaren, who is the designated ELTAC scribe, and she is also the technical coordinator for today's remote meeting. In addition, Jenna Lynn Guzman from the Water Board's Office of Public Participation is assisting us today behind the scenes. If at any time throughout the day you experience difficulties with technology and need assistance, please send an email to jennalyn.guzman@waterboards.ca.gov. That's JENALYN.GUZMAN@waterboards.ca.gov. Also joining us today are Christine Sotelo, Chief of ELAP, Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director of the Water Board's Division of Drinking Water, Robert Brownwood, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Drinking Water, and Kim Niemeyer and Thomas Schumann with the Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel. Additionally, ELAP Unit Chiefs Dr. Christopher Ryan, Maria Friedman, and Alexandria Turner are in attendance, as well as ELAP's Administrative Lead, Caitlin Hilty. As with our previous ELTAC meetings, ELAP has prepared a meeting packet with the agenda that contains relevant materials and copies of the presentations for today's meeting. Many of you will have received some supplemental slides that were sent out yesterday. And if anybody would like a copy after today's meeting of the complete package, feel free to contact us and we can provide that for you. The PDF version of the packet, which was sent to the ELTAC members last week on Friday, January 15th, for your convenience, has bookmarks in the PDF to help you easily navigate through the packet as we go through with today's agenda. For our members of the public who are watching with us, who are joining us today on the Zoom platform, or that are watching via the webcast, you can request an electronic copy of the meeting packet by sending an email to elapca_comments@waterboards.ca.gov. And please include ELTAC meeting packet in the subject line. Again, the email to request a copy of today's meeting packet is elapca_comments@waterboards.ca.gov. Before we move on to conducting the roll call, I'm going to turn it over to Jen to go over some basic Zoom functions and general instructions for remote participation.
Thanks, Jacob. It's a pleasure to be here and to be a part of this inaugural meeting. We want to thank each of you for finding a way to join us virtually today. We have about 30 people participating with us on the Zoom platform or by phone, and we want to thank you all for your patience and understanding as we move to 100% virtual meeting space so that we can adapt to the current public health concerns. We are doing our best to make sure that everyone can participate in an effective way and that this time is valuable for you. Some general things to note. First, in case we or you get disconnected, the first thing to do is to try rejoining the Zoom meeting. Please note that in accordance with the water board policy, the chat function is disabled and will not be used for any part of today's meeting. If you find that any of the presentations are showing up too big for your screen, try setting your view to fit screen. If you are having trouble with the streaming quality, temporarily turning off your video may help. Take breaks as you need them. This is a 6-hour meeting and we'll have a 1-hour lunch break at noon, but we encourage everyone to take care of themselves. For ELTAC members, we kindly ask that you keep your video feed on throughout the meeting. Committee members have been granted permission to mute and unmute using the mute button on your taskbar at the bottom of your screen. Look for the microphone icon. Please be aware, though, that the mute/unmute button is sometimes located on the side of your screen. Separately, for our presenters and water board staff that are on the Zoom platform, you should have also been granted permission to show your video and mute and unmute yourselves. However, unlike the ELTAC members, unless you are speaking, we ask that you keep your video feed off and microphone muted. For the public who are with us on the Zoom platform, for security purposes, all public participants have their microphone and video feed turned off and will not have control over these features until and unless we invite you to share your audio and video. Typically, a taskbar is found on the bottom of your Zoom window, but can also be found on the left side. Next, this applies to anyone who's joined us by phone. To mute and unmute, dial *6 on your phone's pad. Again, if you are here by phone, then you'll use *6 to mute and unmute yourself. Another function that we will be using is the raise your hand, which can be found in the participants window. After raising your hand, you will be announced and be given the floor to speak. If you joined by phone, to raise your hand, dial *9 on your phone's dial pad. Likewise, to lower your hand, you'll hit *9 on your phone's dial pad. Lastly, please be aware that there is usually a 30 to 60 second lag between the Zoom meeting and the video being broadcast by the webcast.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen, for that introduction. So, Josie, I want to just pause here and see if that helped with figuring out where to do the raise the hand option. If you use your mouse, you should see at the bottom of the screen, there's an option called participants. Wait, is that where, where is it? You want to help me out, Jen or Jenna Lynn?
Yeah, it should be, this is Jenalyn. If you go to the participant button at the very bottom of the list of folks in the meeting, there should be an option to raise your hand.
We're not seeing that.
I'm not seeing that.
It's for folks that are joining in as members of the public.
Oh,
Yeah. So folks that are co-hosts, so all of our LTAC members and members of the State Water Board staff that are joining would not have that feature.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, that one maybe was a little bit unexpected, so apologies for that. So in that case, let's just, we're all professionals here, and we'll just try to respect each other when others are talking, and yeah, and we could always do the actual raising your hand. So that may be our plan B, but we'll make it work.
Hey, Jacob, this is Andrew. At the bottom, if you click on reactions, there is a raise hand feature for co-hosts.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it looks like that did work. Josie, did you catch that?
The reaction I'm getting is either a thumbs up or a clap.
Under it, there's not an option that says raise hand.
No, so for me, I'll just raise my hand if I need to speak.
Okay, let's do that. All right. Okay, let's see. So where are we at? Okay, yeah. And obviously, by this time, many of us have already been on enough Zoom calls and to know, to carry on. But if for some reason, have other questions, or let's carve out some time, maybe at lunch to answer that. I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable and has the ability to participate. Just want to mention one thing for the members of the public. If you didn't notify ELAP in advance that you wanted to comment on a particular agenda item, there will still be an opportunity to provide comments after each item, and then also during agenda item number 11, which is called public comments not on the agenda. To submit a comment, please send an email to elapca_comments@waterboards.ca.gov with the subject line as ELTAC meeting comment. And if you could please include the agenda item number. Again, that email is elapca_comments@waterboards.ca.gov. And then Jen will be reading those comment letters to the group at the appropriate time. Okay, with that, we're gonna now move on to the roll call, and then we will following that will be agenda item number 2, which will be the opening remarks. I will now call each committee member's name in the order listed in the meeting packet. As I say your name, please unmute and respond with present or here. Starting with Diane Anderson.
Present.
Peter Arth.
Present.
Corinne Bell.
Present.
Samuel Choi.
Present.
Melissa Hall.
Present.
Andrew Hamilton.
Present.
Miriam Khazravifar.
Present.
Dr. Ramzi Mahmood.
Present.
Brad Meadows.
Present.
Diana Messina.
Present.
Judy Morgan.
Present.
Jacob Oaxaca, present. Augustin Pieri.
I'm here.
Susmita Reddy.
Present.
Pamela Schimmer.
Present.
Josie Tellers.
Present.
And Carol Wortham.
Present.
Great. Thank you, everyone. At this point, I would now like to open the floor to Darren Pohamus, Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water, to provide open remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I do want to start off with a big thank you. I know those of you that are participating in this are from the laboratory community or volunteers, and we super appreciate you dedicating your valuable time to this effort and to the community of all labs and the work that we do in this space. It's greatly appreciated, and we can't say thank you enough for the value that provides to us and to the regulated community, and hopefully back to your lab community as well. I know you're all volunteers, and that's an important part of this as well. So for me, there's a special relationship we have between regulators and the lab communities. You're often our eyes and ears as to what's going on, and a very valuable partner in the regulatory construct. Scientific data that's developed by the laboratories both guides policy and regulation and compliance of facilities and our understanding of our natural environment and our public health. So those are all super critical roles. So it's with that understanding that we proceed into the work of ELTAC and understand that the advice you can give us and move us forward for the whole regulated community is very important to us. I think there's many interesting challenges we're going to face in the future. We're already facing many of those now. A lot of them have interesting names like microplastics and PFAS and other things that will challenge us as regulators and you and the lab community to work together to further understand what these mean for our society and our natural environments and how we're going to deal with those. And ELTAC has been put together and finally reconvened to be able to help advise everybody on how to proceed and provide input into those efforts. So again, we look forward to that collaboration and work in that space to really make that happen. I also know that it comes at a time when there's new regulations in the ELAP space that labs are going to have to be adjusting to. And that challenge as well will be one before us to seek counsel on and try to move forward. We're excited about our plans to help laboratories implement that and really advance our ability in California to be leaders again in that space and provide value to everybody that we serve. And then finally, I would just add that, again, much appreciation from the Water Board as a whole. I know Chair Esquivel sends his regards, and as do all the other board members that have worked on the scientific parts of this, and our sister agencies as well appreciate the input from ELTAC and how we go. So, you were selected from a very broad group of very qualified people. It was hard to pick who we did and put that together. And of course, we will continuously modify this over time to make sure that we continue to bring in different voices and whatnot. But during this time, I hope you enjoy your time on ELTAC and we can work together to move us into the future. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Darren, and thank you for taking the time to address the committee here today. We really appreciate that. And if I could, I'd just like to add a few remarks of my own as the DELAPO. First, I just want to echo really what Darren said there and express my gratitude and appreciation to each of you for generously dedicating the time and energy to serve on ELTAC. It is very much appreciated. Darren talked about the new ELAP regulations, and we all know that they went into effect on January 1st. And as a result, there are many positive but yet challenging changes that are happening here in the laboratory community in California. And these regulations, are really also a catalyst for change for ELAP as well. And the program has already undergone significant programmatic growth over the last 6 years, and I can really attest to that because I personally played a major role in implementing many of those changes. And it is understandable, though, that some in the community would like to see additional improvements happen here at ELAP, and this committee can really be the conduit for advancing those changes. But however, I see these ELTAC meetings as really being a place for the development and recommendation of broad scope ideas and initiatives, and maybe not so much a place for addressing specific laboratory complaints. And I really want to be clear that I'm not saying complaints shouldn't be brought to ELAP's attention. On the contrary, ELAP is committed to continuous improvement, and we welcome any feedback. So really, if I may, I would like to ask that if there are laboratories that do have complaints, I'd like to really just ask to please start by reaching out to ELAP first, and contacting us by email. We have an established system for addressing complaints, and we will respond through that mechanism in the appropriate manner. But if it is absolutely necessary to bring up a concern at an ELTAC meeting, please do so. In that case, the process will probably be to pitch it to the appropriate unit chief within ELAP, and then a response will be provided as soon as possible. The last point I want to make is that myself and ELAP, we really see this as a new era for ELTAC. ELAP is proving itself to be a strong advocate for data quality, and as a result, there's a renewed focus on the value of accreditation in California, not just for laboratory assessments, but the scientific and technical value that we bring to the table. And ELTAC is a part of that value. I want to thank you again, Darren, for providing your remarks, and thank you to the committee for giving Darren and myself the time to provide these opening remarks. That concludes what I had to say. So we'll just move on to our next agenda item, which will be the introduction of the committee members. Since this is our first meeting, I want to take the opportunity to allow everybody to introduce themselves, not only to each other, but to the public who is watching through the webcast. In terms of procedure, when I announce your name, please unmute, introduce yourself, and as an icebreaker question, answer one of the following questions. If you were in the Olympics, what sport would you be competing in? Or what language do you speak? Or what is the most recent TV show that you've watched or a book you've read? We're going to start first with our scientific advisors, and then we'll go to our community implementation advisors, and then our accreditation advisors. From there, we'll turn over to the regulatory agencies and our public representatives, and then Jen and I will go last. So, okay, here we go. And just one last thing, let's try to keep the responses to under a minute or less. First will be Samuel Choi, followed by Diane Anderson, and then Peter Arth. Sam, will you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Good morning, Jacob and everyone. My name is Sam Choi. I am currently the Environmental Laboratory Manager at OC San. We are a publicly owned wastewater treatment and resource recovery facility that operates 2 plants located in Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach. A little about me. My craft is specifically in environmental science and microbiology, and recently I've been expanding my knowledge based on my experiences in environmental engineering. Icebreaker, I'll just name all, answer to all 3. Ping pong, because I'm vertically challenged for some of the other sports. I speak Korean and English, and the most recent show I finished was Vikings. I'm really excited to be here as part of ELTAC, and I look forward to contributing however I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, Diane, will you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Diane Anderson. I'm with Apple Laboratories in Clovis, California. We've been around for almost 40 years, and we do mostly environmental work. I'm the chemist member of the ELTAC committee, and I thought we only had to answer one of the 3 questions. Sam, you answered all 3. But I'm going to choose the Olympic question because I'd like to compete in the speed climbing at the Olympics. It's a brand new sport this year. I've never tried it. I'm afraid of heights, but I love a challenge.
Thank you, Dan. Next is Peter, and then followed by Augustine, and then Dr. Ramsey Mahmood. Peter, if you please introduce yourself.
Good morning, ELTAC committee, and those of the public that are joining us. Very happy to be here. My name is Peter Arth. I'm the director of the Environmental Toxicology Division here at Enthalpy Analytical, representing toxicology in the technical area of focus. Been doing this for about 15 years or so, and actually started as an intern when I was an undergrad at Nautilus Environmental, which was the predecessor firm to Enthalpy. My key technical areas of focus are novel test designs and applications for toxicity, investigatory work, and method development. For the icebreaker question, for those of you who have not met me, I'm about 6'7", give or take an inch. So naturally, the Olympic sport that I would love to participate in is competitive figure skating. No, just kidding. It would be basketball indeed. Playing with someone like the Dream Team would be an absurdly awesome experience. So if I ever got to do that, it'd be great.
Thank you, Peter. Next, Augustine, if you please unmute and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Augustine Pierre. I'm the technical director at WEC Laboratories. We're an environmental lab, a full service environmental lab here in Southern California. I'm really happy to be here, to be on the committee and help out where I can. Looking forward to serving. And also for the icebreaker question, I also chose the Olympic sport. Now I consider myself reasonably athletic. I'm not great at anything, and I definitely wouldn't be very good in the Olympics. So it probably wouldn't end well. But with that in mind, I would choose skeleton in the Winter Olympics because it's one person at a time. You really couldn't tell how bad I was at it because of the time. And it seems fun. That just sounds like it'd be a dope experience. So I would choose that. In the Summer Olympics, I would choose fencing, kind of for the same reason, because it seems fun. And they always celebrate. Be fist pumping and everything. Doesn't matter how bad I am. So I would choose both of those. But yeah, again, I'm very happy to be on the committee and help out where I can.
All right, thank you. Next is Ramsey, and then our community implementation advisors, Brad Meadows, Susmita Reddy, and Josie Tellers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ramsey Mahmood, and I'm the executive director of water programs at Sac State. And I'm professor of civil engineering. My specialty is in environmental engineering. At the water programs, we're the largest training provider for operators of water and wastewater treatment plants. And my role is to convey the information I learn, hopefully in our training materials. And I'm looking forward to learn and contribute. Let's see, I'll answer the languages question. I guess English, Arabic, Turkish, and I used to speak Kurdish. So I still understand it, but not as fluent as I used to. Thank you.
That's amazing, thank you. Next, Brad, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Brad Meadows. I'm the Vice President and Technical Director here at Babcock Laboratories. So we're a 100% employee-owned company, been around since 1906. So we're 115 years old coming up this year. In terms of the, I'm going to go with the Olympic sport myself. And like Augustine, I'm going to go with the luge, actually. There's something about going down a tube of ice very fast and completely unprotected that sounds kind of exciting. And unlike Augustine, though, I don't think I want to try it head first. So we'll have to see how we do there, Augustine. Thanks.
These are really good answers. Thank you. So next, Susmita, if you could please unmute and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sushmita Reddy. I'm the manager of laboratories here at Inland Empire Utilities Agency, representing the municipal labs. And we are about, looks like we are the youngest agency. My agency is only about 70 years old, and we are a wastewater agency. But I have spent a significant number of years in the private sector. I'm happy to be here and glad to contribute anywhere I can. As for the icebreaker question, it looks like I'm the odd one out here because I'm picking the show that I'm into these days. And the only reason I picked that question is because after Game of Thrones, this is the only show I binged on, Schitt's Creek. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you. Next is Josie, and then our accreditation advisors, Judy Morgan and Pamela Schimmer. Josie, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Thank you, Jacob. Good morning, everyone. My name is Josie Tellers, and I represent the Municipal Laboratory Stakeholder Community. Currently working for the City of Davis for the last, I should say, going on 18 years. Prior to that, I spent my 19 years of experience in the private laboratory sector. So I often introduce myself as having been to two sides of the pond, so to speak. As far as the Olympic sports, that's what I pick. I think it's about time to have a horseshoe pitching sports in the Olympic. I recently took on that sport, and I like it because it requires focus, accuracy, and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. Next, Judy, could you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Good morning. I am Judy Morgan, and I am both honored and excited to be here and get the opportunity to serve with each of the experts on ELTAC. I'm currently the VP and Chief Compliance Officer for Pace Analytical Services Corporate. I have an MS in Analytical Chemistry, and over my 30 years in the business, I've held several positions in the industry for multiple organizations, both public and private. Every interest that I have relates to advancing accreditation while preserving technically sound procedures and advancing technology. So this is exciting for me. As for to answering a question, I'm going to pick the Olympics. And since my two most long-term and applicable hobbies are karate and horses, and only one has a known and established presence in the Olympics, although karate was going to get a chance in 2020, but it got canceled. But I'm going to go with eventing. So equestrian eventing, which combines dressage, which is a very artful event, jumping, which is a very athletic and majestic event, and cross country, which requires disciplined endurance. And having owned horses all of my life, it is the ultimate success to connect with a 1,200-pound animal and team together to accomplish a goal. Whether a ride through the pasture or a controlled competition, either way, if you survive it, you're doing well. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next is Pam, and then from there we'll start with our regulatory agency and public representatives, which will be Carol Wortham, Diana Messina, and Melissa Hall. So Pam, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Yes, hi. I am Pamela Schimmer from Eurofins Environmental Testing America. I've been in the environmental industry for over 30 years. Most of that time has been with quality assurance. My current role with Eurofins is I am one of the QA directors for Eurofins, providing guidance to all of our environmental labs across the United States. On different regulatory issues, including California. I was a prior member of ELTAC prior to the ELAP reboot, and so I'm very excited to be back here and get back to where ELTAC can actually be a technical advisory committee, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that again. As far as a book or TV show, after kind of seeing the PBS shows Anne and Green Gable, I picked up that series, which I read the first 3 when I was a kid, and now I've read all 9 books, and I'm finishing up the last one, so sometimes I feel like I'm back in World War I, but it's been exciting, so thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next, Carol, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Wortham, and I am the Quality Management Officer for the Environmental Chemistry Laboratory located in Berkeley, which is part of the Department of Toxic Substances Control. That's a mouthful. I have been involved in the environmental laboratory community for 30 years, starting out working in a commercial laboratory and then moving on to state and regulatory aspects. I'm got a much simpler TV show that I enjoy, which is Worst Cooks in America, because it makes me feel a little bit better about my cooking capabilities.
Thank you, Carol. Next, Diana, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. I'm Diana Messina. I'm really honored to be around so many humorous people. I represent the Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board. I am a registered civil engineer and I have a master's in environmental engineering. I've been with the water boards for just about 28 years now in a lot of different programs, both at the State Water Board and the regional water boards. And I've landed in the Division of Water Quality where now I'm a regulatory manager over NPDES program managers. That's wastewater and stormwater. We also do waste discharge requirements for sanitary sewers. I've kind of have the experience of watching the water boards go from just very traditional NPDES and WDR permitting and transitioning into mandatory electronic compliance reporting. And so I'm really zeroed in on that aspect. Several of you are familiar to me through the years from the regional boards and the state board, and I'm honored to be working with you. All right, so for the questions, I am an Italian-speaking native Californian that loves tennis, would love to be on the Olympic tennis team, but the last time I played tennis, it threw me into knee surgery. And so that's basically my question on my answer on two of those. And I just have to say, I love the Queen's Gambit. I basically watched it over one full day. So that's it. And thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next is Melissa, and then Andrew Hamilton, followed by Corinne Bell and Miriam Khazravi-Far. Melissa, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Melissa Hall. I'm the senior engineer over the Division of Drinking Water's Regulatory Development Unit, where we develop drinking water standards, including maximum contaminant levels, monitoring and reporting requirements, and detection levels for purposes of reporting. For the icebreaker question, well, I have compared regulation writing to steeplechase instead of a sprint for my staff. I think I'm going to go with the languages. I only speak English, but as a treat for finishing my master's, I took a few classes in Russian and would like to keep working on that.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, Andrew, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Andrew Hamilton, and I am the State Water Board Quality Assurance Officer. I want to first start off by saying I apologize that I don't have a camera on my state-issued laptop, so unfortunately you won't be able to see me for those ELTAC members and individuals on the webcast that I haven't known for many, many years. But let's see. A little bit about myself. I come from the environmental chemistry laboratory industry. I've been in many roles at environmental laboratories, including laboratory director, came to the state and worked on ELAP regulations with Jacob, and recently was appointed the quality assurance officer. As far as those questions, I'm going to go with Olympics. Actually, I'll answer a couple, but the Olympics, the ones that I probably would have some decent skills in would be cycling, more specifically the road cycling. I love going on bike trips. I've done numerous. I've biked cross country twice. I've biked Alaska. It's kind of one of my passions. So I guess that'd be the closest thing that I could compare to an Olympian on. And then recently I've been learning German. I took it in high school, but I picked it up again through Duolingo. If anyone hasn't taken that, it's a pretty cool app. I recommend it. Because I was supposed to go to the Euro Cup last year, but the pandemic canceled it. So I continued with German in hopes that I will be able to attend this year, but it doesn't look like I'll be able to attend this year either because probably limited capacity.
What a bummer, huh? Okay, thank you, Andrew. Next, Corinne, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Corinne Bell. I go by Corey or Corinne. I'm an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council on their water team, and I'm based in Santa Monica. I'm going to answer the Olympics question. I was a rower in high school and college, so I'd like to think I could be an Olympic rower, but I know better.
Thank you, Corey. Next will be Miriam, and then Jen, and then I'll go last. Okay, Miriam, would you please unmute and introduce yourself?
Good morning. I'm Miriam Khosravipad, Program Manager for Environmental Safety Lab at the Center for Analytical Chemistry within the Department of Food and Agriculture. We are a reference laboratory for agrochemicals, pesticides, and fertilizers. We offer full service laboratory services, analytical services to under contract and within the department, both for organic and inorganic chemistry. And prior to this position, I worked at State Water Board's ELAP for 3 years, and I led the within the program development, research, and enforcement unit that led the program reforms. And the question, I like to take the one for the movie and the book. I am participating in CDFA succession program, mentorship program, and I am reading a book on the leadership equation by Eric Douglas. It provides a comprehensive 10 practices that builds trust, sparks innovation, and creates high-performing organizations. And I highly recommend this book to everyone. And that's it.
Thank you, Miriam, for the recommendation. Okay, Jen, would you please reintroduce yourself?
All right. Well, I've gotten the opportunity to meet most of you one-on-one in our meetings, but I'm Jen. I work for ELAP in the Program Development, Research, and Enforcement Unit, and I have a background in analytical chemistry, and I am very excited to be a part of the new ELTAC. We are ahead of schedule, so I'm going to answer 2 of the 3 questions because I wrote them. So I did ballet for years and years and years, which is not an Olympic sport, but you would think figure skating would be close, but I know that if you attach anything to my feet, it does not end well. So I would say probably maybe is it the rhythmic gymnastics where it's a little bit more dancey that I could probably, at least not as flexible as I used to be though. So it was still wouldn't be very pretty. And then I am currently having a book read aloud to me called The Zombie Zone by my 6-year-old. I highly recommend it.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, well, now I'll go ahead and carry us to the finish line. Well, actually, I don't think I missed anybody, but, and apologies if I did, but I think I got everybody, if I'm correct. Jen, anybody? Okay, good. All right. So yeah, I'll carry us to the finish line here. My name is Jacob Oaxaca, and I'm the designated ELAP officer for ELTAC, and I'm also a member of ELAP's senior leadership team. If I were in the Olympics, I would be competing as part of the baseball team. So that would be my sport. Yeah, that kind of completes our introductions. Jen, thank you. Did you say we're on time? All right, good. Yeah, I was kind of worried about
Sorry,
that.
I'm still muting myself, so you have to give me a second.
Good. Yeah, I was kind of worried about that, with the delay up front, but it looks like we are back on schedule, so that's good. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody for sharing today. It was really cool hearing what all of the different answers and getting to know each of you in just a little bit of a different way. So thank you for that, Jen. Thank you for those great questions. They were a real hit. I hope everybody would agree with that. And as we begin this our time here on the committee, I'm just really looking forward to getting to know and each of you also as we work together. So with that, the next item on our agenda is item number 4. And there we will be covering some of the committee operating procedures. For this item, I will go through a short series of slides and then we will open the floor for questions and discussion. This is also the first item that I expect we may get comments from the public on. And if we do, Jen will let us know. And then after the committee members have had a chance to speak, then Jen will read the comments that were received by email. This is also one of the presentation where we added some slides that didn't go through in the original meeting packet. Is Jen or Kate, are we good on the slides? It's going to be ready? Yep. Okay, good. Okay, so before I start, I also want to just point out again that Kim Niemeyer and Thomas Schumann from the Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel are in attendance today. Kim may have stepped out for a bit, but she will join us. She's planning on joining us after that, maybe about 11. So in the meantime, I believe Tom would be available to Kim and Tom have provided a lot of legal support to ELAP for the last several years, and they've probably gotten to know more about the laboratory industry than they probably thought they ever would have. So, I pointed out again that they're with us because as part of this presentation, there may be questions or need for clarification regarding legal matters. And so if those things come up, we have them available to assist in providing some answers. So yeah, as you could see, the agenda item is titled Committee Operating Procedures, and as part of the meeting packet, we provided a number of documents, including the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and the bylaws, our mission statement. And so, really, as we begin our committee, and especially here in this remote space, I want to kind of just start off by talking about some ground rules. And really the goal is we want, to obtain the best results, and the best way to make that happen is through honest and constructive discussions. We've talked pretty extensively about muting and unmuting. So if there's that's going to help just with, making sure that we can all have a conversation and that we're all able to communicate with each other respectfully. There's the raise the hand option. We haven't necessarily had to use that yet, but I know that we're all really professionals here, and so I think there's a balance. If somebody is speaking, that's probably the best time to go ahead and use the raise the hand function. If the floor is open and you feel the need to speak, that is perfectly fine as well. I think, really all that's what we're really asking for is just to be respectful of each other and just minimize the interruptions through that. The other thing is just to ask for clarification. Especially if you don't understand an issue or the topic, because probably others may not understand as well. So feel free. I hope that everybody feels comfortable and able to speak up and ask for clarification. The last thing I really want to just talk about here is just be open to hearing other people's perspectives. And if you don't agree, respectfully challenge the idea and not necessarily the person. Next slide, please. Pardon me. And then I want to just let everybody know that, the ELTAC meetings are public meetings. and the ELTAC group is subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. If you know that information was included in the meeting packet, and I'm not going to say very much because I figured if there are questions that they're going to be unique or specific questions. So really what I would just say is, how does this apply, or what does this mean for ELTAC? Well, the biggest thing is that as our members, you have to avoid having meetings or communications, whether that's concurrent or successive, between a quorum of members. And the quorum of members would be 6, and it comes down to present of 1/2 plus 1 of the total members. So again, that's going to be 6. So you have to avoid being in a quorum, either with the other members, their representatives, or even others regarding matters that are related to the purview of ELTAC. I mean, that's the big things to keep in mind. The other thing is that our meetings are public meetings, and so they have to be noticed, and that has to happen within 10 days in advance. And that's something that ELAP will be taking care of to ensure that we're meeting those requirements. The other, what makes it applicable to us for ELTAC is just that the members of the public must be given a reasonable opportunity to address ELTAC on each item on the agenda. And that's because, we are the body that will be making decisions and recommendations. And so we want to ensure that the public has the opportunity to participate and be a part of these discussions and any actions or recommendations that are made. Next slide, please. As you can see, when we were going through our introductions, this group here represents really a variety of expertise. And that was, built to ensure that the necessary scientific expertise exists to address the current and emerging environmental monitoring and laboratory accreditation issues. Darren talked about that in his opening remarks, and how the laboratories, really play a critical role in the whole regulatory scheme. And so, I'm really excited to have this group with this diverse background. And so the way, at least with regards to procedure in terms of ELTAC, our membership kind of falls into certain kind of categories. There's the voting members, and these are members that will be speaking on behalf of a group or an organization that they represent that has an interest in the matters before ELTAC. We have non-voting members. These are members that will speak on behalf of a California state board, department, or office, or even the public. There's the chairperson. The chairperson, some of those responsibilities include working with the DELAPO to solicit and create agenda items, facilitate the meetings, and then annually present a summary of ELTAC's scope of work to the State Water Board members. So today, because we haven't formally selected a chair yet, I've been taking on the role of the facilitator. But for future meetings, that will the chair does the carrying the heavy load. The DELAPO, that's currently myself, and who's here to speak on behalf of ELAP. And then there's also the scribe, who records all the decisions and actions and any issues that were noted by the group. And then within these categories, our group is designed again to have the necessary scientific expertise. So we have scientific advisors. We also have the community implementation advisors and the accreditation advisors. And I'm sure many of you wear different hats in your day-to-day business and could also be a part of any one of these different roles. So I don't mean it to isolate or kind of put anybody into one particular category, but just keeping in mind that that's how the composition is built. Next item, please. Next slide. So why are we here? Really, the charge is we want to develop scientifically rigorous recommendations regarding issues that impact the regulated laboratory community, our regulatory agencies, the public, and the data users. Another role that we have is really to offer advice on regulations and fees that are developed by ELAP, and these are related to the environmental laboratory technology and also laboratory practices. And then another big objective really is to improve our communications and the outreach between ELAP and the stakeholder communities. Next slide. And so how do we achieve those objectives? Well, really, there's the way that it really works is, you know, there may be a need for subcommittees to form a subcommittee to develop and prepare a recommendation. The other way really is, you know, we're only meeting 3 times a year. So we also have to be efficient. And so that may mean just having a discussion on things and then making a decision, taking an action right here at the meeting. So there's different ways to go about that. And I'll be talking a little bit more in our next agenda item about the subcommittees and how we establish those. From time to time, there will be a need to vote on a particular action or recommendation. And when that happens, really the goal, we want to be able to reach consensus. And so that's why we may have some development done at the subcommittee level or through discussion here as a group. And I just want to point out that by default, only the voting members would be allowed to vote, but there is some flexibility within the bylaws that allows for non-voting members to be able to vote if the group had already decided that in a previous meeting. And then lastly, the outcome is, or work product is typically a recommendation. And that would, so when we get to that point, it would be submitted in writing through letter or email. And that would be submitted to me as the DELAPO. And then from there, I would have I would have to respond either by writing or and also posting on the website. And I would have to respond within 30 days, either accepting, denying, or requesting more time. So a little bit of just some background and some procedures there. Next slide. So as we were going through the bylaws, you probably noticed that there's some just outdated information, especially now that we are in this space here with remote meetings. You know, we're no longer meeting in 2 areas, Southern and Northern California. So there's just a lot of changes and really that we're ready at a time right now to review those bylaws and propose some amendments. And so ELAP will be taking the first stab in putting together some proposed recommended changes. And then we'll be bringing that to the committee possibly at the next meeting. In order for the amendments to be adopted, they require final approval from the deputy director, as well as a 2/3 majority vote from our ELTAC members. And as you were reading the mission statement, I'm wondering, you know, from the group, if it's also time to amend the mission statement, and with a new set of eyes and a new group here, and that may, you know, that we may be at that point in time. So there's something to think about. The next slide. Another big change, or a really big change, is the DELAPO report. I don't know if many of you had seen previous ELTAC meetings, but historically, the DELAPO report was given as an oral presentation at the ELTAC meeting. And as you could see from the meeting packet, what I did this time around was I put together a report. And I'd like to continue with that process moving forward. Gives everybody a chance to review that information ahead of time we're able to provide a lot more details and specifics to the things that are occurring. And those focus areas in the DELAPO report will include, the ELTAC activities, things that we've done between the time and the last ELTAC meeting. It would cover any ELAP activities that have happened during that window as well, upcoming events, and then also accreditation metrics. And so, that I'm open to hearing more if there's other ideas on what others would want to see in that. But for the time being, that is something, a big change. And, and so that, I believe, is all the slides I have here. And so we now have some time, let's say about 20 minutes or so, to open it up for discussion, especially, since many of you have read the DELAPO report or any of the other information that I talked about. We can go ahead and talk about that. And then we will reserve some time towards the end. I'm not sure, Jen, if anybody from the public has sent in.
Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it, but not so far.
Okay, great. Well, just let us know. Okay, I'll have a drink of water. And yeah, just, the floor is open.
Jacob, I have a question, if I may. Will we be receiving new constituent information?
So that's a good question. And I apologize, Dan, I didn't actually, there's so many boxes here that I didn't see that you had your hand raised, but thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Yes, I think the question was really, are you going to be receiving maybe an email list or about for your constituents? And was that the question? Yes. Okay, good. Well, all of you all are professionals, and you have your own networks that you've already, we've assumed that you've already established and are able to, you're involved in other professional organizations, in those that you represent. And so I don't have any lists or anything like that. I think I'm kind of leaning towards, you all. And I think maybe there could have been some confusion because in some of my earlier email correspondence, I may have said to send this out to your constituents. And maybe really what I meant was just your networks and those who you represent.
Well, thank you. I know in the past we have received an email with some of that information, but we do have our networks. That's not a problem. Thank you.
I know that was a question as well that Josie, you had or you had brought to my attention previously as well. So I hope that was able to answer the question for you.
Yes, Jacob. In fact, I have a note to reach out to various leaders of laboratory community that I'm aware of that I need to reach out to so that they can disseminate information as needed. I would like to take this opportunity to ask you a question because I don't have the raise hand button. With the slide that you have displayed right now, I again, based on your previous narrative that should the public have issues or complain that they should reach out to ELAP first. This affect this DELAPO report, given the fact that the meeting packet was not publicly posted in the website because of some regulation. You were not able to post it, and so the only way that the public can have access to it is by requesting it from ELAP or us sending it to a distribution list. I have done so, but I have not given enough time to send it out. I was not able to send out the packet until last night. So it is likely, as a heads up, that you will be receiving some comments, future comments about this, the DELAP report, as it applies to the laboratory community and how it will impact their operation based on the information you presented in the written report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the group while we're talking about the DELAPO report, about any of the information included in there? Let me see here. If they're just trying to. What about any questions or discussion related to Bagley-Keene or the bylaws? Brad.
Yeah, can you give me a little bit more clarification there? I understand the notion of having half plus one, which would be 6 for us, in on a group communication, but then there was also some comment about a serial communication. So I'm assuming if that, that email or that communication moves from one to another to another to another, that also falls under that definition of the Bagley-Keene and a quorum. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm gonna see if Tom can chime in. I don't want to provide the wrong information, but that
sure.
was my opinion as well.
This is Tom. Yeah, I think Brad, I think that description is correct. A serial meeting is defined in Bagley-Keene as a series of communications between members of a body. So even if you don't have a quorum present in one place at one time, if there's communication between a quorum by email or phone calls or however, that would still be a violation of Bagley-Keene.
Hi, this is Kim Niemeyer. I would just clarify too that it could just be also one person reaching out to a quorum and relaying information. So that can also be a serial meeting. So it's not necessarily, passing on from one to another. It could also be one person reaching out to a quorum also. So kind of like being a wheel and, the spokes of the wheel, kind of like that.
Thanks, Kim and Tom. Brad, did that help?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and I'm sure that these questions or just the requirements from Bagley-Keene and will come up from time to time as we do business here at ELTAC. And so, we just want to be cognizant and aware of these requirements and making sure that, that we're meeting the intent, and really, it's just wanting to make sure that what we do here is transparent and at the service and the best interest of the public.
Jacob, if one of us has a question with regards to this, these type of things, who would be the best person to reach out to?
So I would probably say, you start by reaching out to myself or Jen, and then we can get, we would be in contact with legal if we needed to, or if we weren't able to answer that question. So that would be my suggestion, is just start either with myself or Jen. I see Judy had a hand up.
Yeah, I didn't hear that last question. I apologize. Still
If one of us had a
can't.
question with, if one of us had a question with regards to Bagley Keene, who would be the best person to reach out to get that question answered?
Okay, thank you. I heard the answer, but I didn't hear the question. Thank you.
Josie, I see Josie, you have your hand up.
Yes, my question is regarding the Bagley-Keene Act again. Do past ELTAC members or non-ELTAC members that will be a member of future subcommittee or work group, are they subject to Bagley-Keene Act as well?
Tom or Kim, you want to pitch in? I may know the answer as well, but
I didn't quite hear the question. So does Bagley-Keene Act apply to subcommittees? Is that the question?
Yes. One, does it apply to past ELTAC members that could potentially be part of future subcommittee, and non-ELTAC members that will be a part of the subcommittee?
So it doesn't apply to future or past members of a subcommittee when there is no subcommittee. So if you're referring to, for example, like the QMS subcommittee, there's no longer a subcommittee. And so there isn't any restrictions on those past members from talking about that.
My clarification is we're going to be talking about the subcommittee 101 in the next agenda, and there will be, since we are only meeting 3 times a year, there is, based on issue, there will be potential formation of a subcommittee, and therefore that question, my question applies to the future subcommittee.
Yeah, until there's a subcommittee, there's no restrictions.
and
I believe once the subcommittee is formed, I believe that Bagley-Keene would apply.
Right.
And to add to the point here, Josie, if previous LTAC members, they're not on LTAC anymore, then they are considered members of the public. And so if members of the public are allowed to participate in subcommittees, and so the subcommittees are also subject to Bagley-Keene, and so then by default, then it would also apply to them as well. And we could cover that more in a bit in the next slides. What about maybe, if I don't see any more hands here, I believe we had maybe a question from the public. Oh, excuse me, Brad, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, Jacob, I had one more question. Sorry, this is probably obvious, but I'll ask anyway. The definition of the quorum only applies to the voting members of ELTAC, correct? So if I was to send, let's say I sent an email from myself to Judy, Josie, and Pam, and copied you and Jen on it, that does not constitute a quorum, correct? Because the quorum is only evaluated based on the voting members within the group. Is that accurate?
Yes, this is Kim. That is accurate.
Thank you.
Okay. Jen, did we receive any comments from the public?
No, we haven't.
Okay. It appears, Miriam, you have your hand raised.
Yes. What about the communication between the state regulatory partners or representatives and the voting members? Is that also part of the serial communication, or how does that work?
Again, Tom or Kim, do you have initial thoughts or an answer?
This is Tom. So I don't think Bagley Keene isn't limited to communications between board members. If there is a communication from a laboratory or someone to board members that would involve a quorum, whether that's in a single meeting or through a serial meeting, that would still be subject to, that would be prohibited by Bagley Keene.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what was the question?
Yeah, the question was regarding, like, for myself, being a state regulatory representative here, and the ELTAC members that are voting. Is that considered? Does this rule Bagley Keene apply to this type of communication as well between voting and non-voting members?
So you can have conversations with voting members, but you wouldn't want to have a quorum.
Okay.
And Tom and I can look into this a little bit more and just make sure we're covering this correctly.
Technically, we cannot vote. So that doesn't matter whether we have an opinion about something. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, these are all really good questions, and that's why I was really happy to have Tom and Kim available for assistance. You know, it's just there are some really unique questions, and you know, it's good to have that assistance here for those types of questions. We have about 5 minutes left scheduled for here. We don't have to necessarily wait for that. But I do want to allow, you know, the committee here time to, you know, gather thoughts and ask meaningful questions. So, you know, I'm looking to see if there's any more hands that are being raised. And then if not, we may end up moving to the next item. You know, just as thoughts here, what about anything related to our composition in terms of the roles with the advisor role or community implementation role, accreditation advisor, anything of that nature? I didn't see, maybe it was Pam, maybe raised her hand first, so I'll go with Pam and then Judy.
I had to scroll to get to the unmute there. Regarding the DELAPO report, you mentioned you include a lot of the ELAP enforcement actions, and there's a comment, I think, saying that it's going to be on the website, but it's not yet. The website has a placeholder for it. Can you talk about what level of details you're going to be providing so that laboratories can use these enforcement actions as lessons learned, as a better way of interpretation of the requirements?
Sure. You know, I'm going to just go ahead and speak on it, and if anybody from the ELAP, particularly Ms. Alexandra Turner, if she wants to chime in, but the information would be very much whatever, you know, public information. There wouldn't be anything that would be confidential or anything of that nature. I believe it would include the laboratory name, their cert number, and then a description of the type of action that was taken, pretty much similar to what's included there in the DELAPO report. And I don't hear any follow-up yet from Alex. So if that's the case, did that help, Pam?
my look at some of these are some of them are too vague to really get a good interpretation. So maybe if we can get a little bit more, as the laboratory community, if they can have more details as to what types of issues they're having, or maybe if you are willing to present even like a maybe taking away the laboratories' names and say this was an issue for ELAP with these reasons. Here's how we don't want other labs to proceed. That type of information.
Okay.
Jacob, I may be able to add something unless I have Alex on the line, but just through my conversations with her and through my work on developing the website, 100% hear what you're saying, Pam, and I know Alex is focused on being able to provide that educational component to the laboratory community based on what her staff are finding. And so one of the things that we are going to be including on that webpage are enforcement advisories based on trends or commonalities among investigations, so that laboratories can look at those and get that information. And like you said, use them as lessons learned to be able to make corrections in their laboratory. So really appreciate that comment. I know Alex is on the line. So Alex, I hope I captured that okay, but you're more than welcome to.
You did. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you can.
Okay, sorry, I'm outside, so if you hear a little background noise, that's why. But yes, Kate, that was perfect. And Jacob, thank you so much for starting that off. I also wanted to mention that we do send out memos to our state agency partners with a little more information, who are free to forward that information on to the laboratories or the public if need be. And then we also do, for our big cases, we provide press releases. So that has a lot more information than just what we provide on our website and on the DeLapo report. But if more information is needed, you guys are always free to email me at alexandria.turner@waterboards.ca.gov to ask for additional information, and maybe we can try and incorporate those needs that you guys may have, and hopefully work together to get that stuff done. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex, and again, thank you, Pam, for the comment and the question. And I think there's other ways that we can incorporate a comment or suggestion like that. And I mean, in particular, we haven't really brought this up yet, but ELAP will be having an annual conference later this year, and that could be the type of, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be having topics related to that, and in terms of lessons learned and how to improve or what not to do in the laboratories. Judy, if you're up.
Yep, just one real quick question on the Bagley King. My understanding is because of the notification process, we set the agenda, we send it out in advance. And once that notice has been issued, if something were to come up and we need to add something to the agenda, I know that's not necessarily allowed, but there's specific requirements or specific allowances. I think the term was statutory exception or something like that. Can you help me to understand that? Because in just about every other committee that I've worked with, we're able to adjust the agenda, either day of or pretty close to the day of. So just curious what the exceptions are here.
I think it's probably similar. The chair would be able to change the agenda. I mean, we would notice it in a certain way, in the appropriate manner, and we would highlight, what's been changed. But there is that flexibility. So,
well, except this is Kim. You could take things off, but I don't believe that you could add something on the day before, unless there was some exception to Bagley Keene, which I'd have to go back and look at what those are. There may be something like, for an emergency, but I don't think that you can add something on at the last minute, because the public, needs that opportunity to know what's going to be on the agenda. But I'll look into that and make sure, if there are exceptions that we can let you know what those are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And I see Sumitra had her hand up, and then after that, we'll go ahead and jump to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Jacob. My question was more on your PT enforcement update that you had in your report. And I'm not sure about the other members, but that is kind of concerning to me because would there be any sort of communication within that 90-day period that the application was submitted with your PT reports, or absolutely none, and then you'll just get a certificate with those parameters automatically deleted, now costing a lab their compliance needs? Because, in the past, the lack of a PT is not because the lab did it, or it was more of a misunderstanding of the requirement rather than a lab's oversight or mistake. So
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the platform to discuss those, or if this is something that we have to take up with ELAP directly.
It's a good question, and it's there in the DeLapo report, and really, we have been, the program had taken the stance of really, because of where we were at when we moved at from Department of Public Health, there was really a lack of enforcement of these PT requirements, and so now I think that for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, there's been we've been communicating with the laboratories and helping them to understand what the PT requirements are. And so, we're now moving forward with our new regulations and being able to, and we want to follow those. And so that's what would be there's no notice of an extension there. And so that's kind of how we're going to be moving forward. I understand your concern, and definitely, that we want to be able to work with laboratories to, especially in those, rare instances where there's an issue like that. But just as it says there, we're really moving forward with the new regulations. I'm going to go ahead and just, in the interest of time, just really quickly turn that over to Dr. Christopher Ryan, and see if he wanted to add anything else to that.
Thanks for that, Jacob. You summarized it very nicely. With the new regulations, laboratories will not be getting the notification from ELAP if there are PTs that are missing from a renewal application, for example. It really is up to the laboratories to ensure that all the PTs are completed and submitted with an application. And so that's part of our compliance efforts that we will be discontinuing. We have other efforts that we'll be undertaking to help labs comply with the requirements, but we won't be sending out the courtesy notices that we have in the past.
All right, thank you, Chris. Okay. Well, with that, I don't see, I'm going to just go ahead and propose that we move on to the next question. I think, is Sumitra, are you trying to lower the hand, or did you have a follow-up question?
No, I'm trying to lower it. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. And this next agenda item is somewhat of a continuation on the topic of operating procedures. But obviously, as the title suggests, it's specifically related to subcommittees. And without giving away too much, a few of today's technical presentations this afternoon will be concluding by calling on ELTAC to consider the formation of subcommittees. And so I wanted to put this item in here because I thought that it was important that we go ahead and discuss as a group when the subcommittees are warranted, and also to decide on how they will be formed and how they function. And so I put together just a few slides just to kind of facilitate this this item, but you know, I'm really interested in welcoming to having this a discussion and hearing from the group as well in the committee. Next slide. So the first slide here really talks about just the different that, you know, to makes the point that there's a difference between a subcommittee and a work group. And if you've been following with ELAP and ELTAC over the last couple of years, this may really make more sense to you because you probably know that in the past, ELTAC has actually, there's been both formal subcommittees and then as well as work groups. And so I want to just make sure that there's a distinction here between the two. And so I've kind of put together some information to kind of draw those lines. And I can just, you know, share here, you know, really the way in my mind is that if we're going to have something where there's going to be an action or it's going to be development of a work product or work item that is going to be brought back to the larger committee, that really to me signifies or represents the need for a subcommittee. And the subcommittees are created formally through a vote by ELTAC to document and to show that there was this need and that the group has decided to create that subcommittee. And as it says here, the subcommittee would go off and do some deep work, and whether that's a development of a recommendation or a plan, whatever the objective would be. And then they would come back and report back to ELTAC, whether that's at the next meeting. It could be an actual, maybe it's an update or if they have a product that they're ready to bring back. But there would be that back and forth between the larger committee and the subcommittee. And as I say here, I mean, just in summary, you know, it's really could be used for the development of a work product or recommendation. Now, alternatively, there's also in the past really been a need for work groups. And in the past, that's really been the way that those have kind of come about is there's a need for some type of input or response from the laboratory community. And so in this case, ELTAC has served somewhat as a conduit of putting you know, professionals and experts in the community in contact with the regulators for those day-to-day issues that come up, or that, you know, there may be a survey or an immediate response that could help the regulators. And so, you know, in that case, there may not necessarily be the oversight by the larger ELTAC committee for these work groups. And in these cases also, in the work group case, you know, those groups would be managed and operated outside of ELTAC. And so again, I hope that helped to kind of distinguish between the two. You know, if there's questions, I'm happy to take that and help to clarify anything like that may have come up for you. But again, I just wanted to make sure that we start off knowing that there is a difference, and that you know, in my mind, if we're, again, I'll just say one more time, is just that the end product is something that the ELTAC group is going to look at and vote on, and that would be the subcommittee route. Next slide. Just a few basics, and I may have covered many of them. The subcommittees are established, and they can or cannot be. I mean, it just depends on the need, and they would be established by ELTAC. The subcommittees the meetings would be conducted in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And there's just a lot of details and specifics there that, again, that I didn't include here because it really depends on how many people are a part of the subcommittee, how many of the members are actual ELTAC members versus public. So there's just some very unique questions that would come up, and it's hard to really address all of them at one time. And then just another point here is just about the subcommittee members. They're the ones who would be voting on the issues before the subcommittee. In other words, if they're open to the public wouldn't necessarily be voting at the subcommittee level. I'll go ahead and pause here. I see Brad, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Jacob, can you give us an example of a time when LTAC used a work group in the past?
Sure. So for example, the Division of Drinking Water has used them to help with their perchlorate. I believe they were, and Melissa, I don't want to say something wrong on my end. So if you could maybe please help answer that question.
Sure, that's going to be part of the presentation this afternoon as part of one of our requests. But we have worked with a subcommittee or work group on the perchlorate DLR to have people from the laboratory industry who would be implementing any requirements we impose help us to develop what sorts of questions we be asking of the laboratories when we survey them to find out what are the technological capabilities right now for different methods, how are laboratories performing really, so that we can have a realistically achievable standard in the regulations, and also how much does it cost, because we do have a requirement to evaluate economic feasibility. So that's been extremely helpful for us in developing the perchlorate DLR regulation, and we're looking forward to having that sort of assistance because we've got quite a few other DLRs that we're looking at lowering too.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. And Brad, also on the LTAC webpage, under the topics, we've listed a number of informal work groups that have been created in the past. So maybe most recently, or probably one of the bigger ones that was the pyrethroids method development, where several of the previous LTAC members assisted the regional board in developing the analytical test method requirements and a participation questionnaire for pyrethroids. It looks like some of the other ones, I think Melissa talked about method detection limits, data reporting. There was also one that had related to field of testing, and also proficiency testing in the past as well. So it can really, it's a pretty diverse arena. But again, really, I hope that helped answer the question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Just doing a quick check to see if there's any other hands. Okay. So yeah, we covered some of the basics here. Next slide, please. And then so now that kind of leads us into here, like I said, I anticipate there's a possibility of needing to form subcommittees later this afternoon. So just want to kind of talk through that process here with the group in terms of, so that we're all clear and understand how that would happen. The other part of that is not only the formation of the subcommittee, but who's going to be on the subcommittee. And then, we can talk about that, sort of informally here, but if they're in the past, LTAC has actually created a formal recommendation regarding procedural matters. So if that's something that we want to consider, that could be something we can do as well. So I'll just kind of kick it off. As far as procedure for forming the subcommittee, there would be and Kate, or, because you've had a lot of that previous experience in the past here with LTAC, in my mind, I see it as being, there would be a motion to create a subcommittee. I would be seconded, and then and a vote would be taken. I believe the other part that would come up would be who's going to be a part of that subcommittee, and so that could happen by volunteer, or maybe, you know, somebody could suggest that if somebody has a certain expertise that they feel would be beneficial to the subcommittee, then maybe there could be a suggestion or a recommendation or nomination. Does that sound about right, Kate?
Yeah, I think it's fairly straightforward. The way it's worked in the past has just been to ask for volunteers and make a formal motion. And one of the voting members would say, I make a motion to form this subcommittee on X, Y, or Z. And then we would just ask for volunteers.
Yeah, I think really from reading the bylaws, for me, I noticed that it says that the subcommittee members have to be appointed by the DLAPO, and I think maybe that's more of just a formality than anything else. But just something that caught my eye when I was reading those bylaws.
Yeah, I would agree that that's just a formality.
Okay.
And subcommittees are governed by Bagley-Keene, so everything that we do for ELTAC has to be done for subcommittee meetings, specifically noticing the meeting and putting an agenda out to the public. I know you kind of already talked about work groups. I think the distinction there, and I'm just commenting on this because I served as the scribe for the last ELTAC committee. The distinction between a work group and subcommittee, the way I think of it really is the subcommittee is formal. The work group is outside of ELTAC. So generally those are going to be run by a different regulatory agency. So like Melissa may ask for a work group to help her with a specific topic for DDW regulations unit. And then that work group, like it said in your slide, would completely function at the behest of Melissa and her group and not be a part of ELTAC.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you, Kate, and appreciate you just being available at least for this initial meeting as we kind of take over the reins here. I see that a few people have their hands up, so I want to go ahead and start by asking Sunita.
I just wanted to know if there is a minimum and maximum number of members that can serve on a subcommittee, or can all members be from ELTAC?
I believe the where it becomes an issue is with the quorum. So maybe 6 would be the maximum in terms of ELTAC members. And we would obviously double check on that at the time. I don't know if Kim or Tom were going to chime in there, but that would be my initial thought.
And can people from the public join those subcommittees, or they have to be ELTAC?
No, the public is welcome to be a part of the subcommittee. But just as a point of clarification, though, the subcommittees are subject to Bagley-Keene, and so the meetings have to be publicly noticed, and the public has to have the opportunity to comment. But I want to just distinguish that public has to have the opportunity to comment, and they are also allowed to be on the subcommittee formally.
Yeah, this is Kim. I don't think that there's a limit on the number, but we'll look into that. But I think the idea is that, it is some amount less than the total committee. That's why it's a subcommittee. So but we'll look into that to see if there are any restrictions on size.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim. Diana, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, and I believe you just may have answered my question. When it comes to work groups, it sounds like it's okay to invite other regulatory agency staff or other laboratory staff that are not on the ELTAC to actively be on the work group, especially when it comes to like gathering information and so forth. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if you're really meaning the subcommittee, or are you thinking?
No, I really mean like the work group. Like, let me give you an example. Like if our LTAC or a subcommittee of needs information gathered or research done, or there's like an offshoot and a work group is necessary. Can that work group have active members that are off of the LTAC?
Absolutely. I can comment on that, Jacob. The answer is yes, absolutely. Other staff and members of the public and members of the laboratory community are welcome to participate in a work group that is run by, say, Department of or Division of Water Quality. The kind of gray area here is what are you going to be working on? Because if the intention of that work group is to then bring a recommendation to the full LTAC committee, we have to be careful about Bagley-Keene and a quorum there. If it's specifically to work through your agency to help them gather information, then the restrictions may be a little more lenient.
Right. And it sounds like if we're bringing a recommendation to the full LTAC, that would probably come from a subcommittee.
I think this is kind of the gray area where we have to be cautious, because some things may start informally in a work group and then it may become like, okay, we found this problem and we now think it needs an official subcommittee. And so really the onus is on the Bagley-Keene member, the LTAC members, to make sure that you are not putting yourself in a situation where you may be violating Bagley-Keene. So, there's caution warranted, I think, in all situations, but specifically trying to understand what you're working on and where kind of the trajectory of that issue is going. If it's going to be something that's formally in front of LTAC, we need to be really careful there.
All right, thank you. And it sounds like as we're being careful, we just take it as it comes, a step at a time, and then
absolutely
be on alert and maybe set up a different structure to that group as necessary.
Yeah, and we for sure will be available to kind of help navigate this. Kim and Tom are awesome, and we've never had an issue where we weren't able to figure out an approach. So open communication and just letting us know what's going on, I think is the best thing that we can do.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Kate. And I just want to, express to the committee here, as the DELAPO, when I was started taking on this role, for me, I see this group again as with the ability to harness the potential from this group, that there's a potential to exact a lot of change and to bring on a lot of change. And I'd hate for to really kind of get bogged down by some of these requirements and really stunt our ability to be effective. And so I want to just express that as a DELAPO, I'm really committed to making sure that the subcommittees are able to form and that the work can get done. And so I'll be, making myself available to help out there and ensure that, that there's no delays or whatever, help out to avoid any speed blocks or road bumps, and, so to speak. Because again, my goal is for this group with this potential here to use that and make that as easy as possible to solve these problems and solutions for ELAP and also the state agency partners, the public, and the data users. So I want to just, like I said, put that out there, and I know there's a lot of, specific questions here, but as Kate said, we will, as we approach it, and we will be able to solve all these types of questions and answer these types of questions. I want to do a quick time check because I think we're a few more minutes.
We're about 3 minutes before we need to.
Did we get any questions or comments from the public, Jen?
Nope, we're doing good there.
Okay, excellent. Let me do a quick scan here if we have any other hands up. now would be the time to ask any of these last minute questions. Like I said, the afternoon will be, we have a lot of lineup of presentations. And again, I'm not going to give away too much, but I would anticipate there being consideration here by this committee for the formation of subcommittees. One last scan here. I think we're okay. So then, Jen, I think we can go ahead and maybe transition into our next topic here. And I'll just kind of transition it by reminding everybody that there are two candidates that are on the ballot for the ELTAC chairperson. The meeting packet contains a short bio and somewhat of a statement of qualifications for each of these candidates. And we'd ask for you and we made that available for you to review prior to voting. Maybe still some of Jen's thunder here, but as we go into lunch, we'll be asking you to vote. And just note that if you have to answer emails or get called somewhere, and the voting window will actually be open until 2 p.m. To allow some flexibility for that. And then, really at the end of the meeting, I will announce the ELTAC chairperson. And then I'd like to reserve some time to give them a few minutes to address the committee before we adjourn. So now I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, Jen, to provide those last minute instructions. And I just got a note here that maybe asking about how is it going to work for lunch. If you need to log off Zoom, that's fine as well. Just, I would say, be sure to allow yourself some time to rejoin the meeting on the back end right before we start at 1. But if not, you can also turn your camera off and put it on mute, and that would be fine as well.
Okay.
All right, Jen.
All right. So the voting members of ELTAC should receive an email any second now. I have it set to start at 11:55. And the email will contain instructions and a link for you to the electronic voting site. You may need to check your spam or junk folder if you don't see it in your inbox. And just follow the link and take a moment to vote by simply selecting one of the options and clicking the submit button. It should take probably a minute or less, so it should be pretty painless. But if you do have any issues or encounter any problems, please feel free to reach out to me and I will see what I can do to help out.
Thank you, Jen. And just a quick note, I mean, this by doing this process, normally if we were there in person, it would be you'd write down your vote, and without your name it would be anonymous. And so just considering the circumstances of being remote, this is one way to achieve that same goal. Anybody want to any last questions, or we have about 5 minutes before we can we break? Any questions about lunch or procedural questions, anything of that nature? Josie, I see your hand up.
Yes, I was thinking about just sending you an email on a earlier comment that I missed to say. This is in regards with the LAPO report on enforcement. The table include different levels of violations. And so my question is that, let's see here, how do enforcement get categorized and penalty imposed based on the level of degree of the violation? And further, how is ELAP going to let the public know that the violation has been resolved?
So yeah, I mean, in terms of the action, I mean, those are, obviously we work very closely with the Water Board's Office of Enforcement to ensure that we're taking the appropriate action. And then following up with the public, I think that would be one area where the website would help achieve that goal, and whether or not so that's something for us to consider. But I do want to give Alex the opportunity to chime in as she leads the enforcement program.
Yes, thank you for your question. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so our enforcement actions are progressive, so we don't release anything into the public until we have made a decision. In terms of fines and what actions we take depends on what type of violations occur. So depends on the regulations, and we work very closely with our Office of Enforcement Counsel to determine those fines and violation amounts. And then the best way, I think right now in terms of getting that information is going to be the website, which should be up relatively soon. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And I'll just add to that. I mean, the enforcement actions are really governed, or the starting point for that is in the health and safety code, and that's why we have built a really good relationship with the Office of Enforcement and making sure that we as a program are following not only the statutes but our regulations, and ensuring that any enforcement actions that we take are appropriate. Okay, with that, I'm really impressed and just that we're actually on time, and just want to thank you again all for your attention this first half of the day. Again, a lot of formalities, and after we get after the lunch break, we have a good lineup of presentations, high topic, high value topics that I'm pretty sure most of you will be really that'll enjoy. It'll be good presentations and lots of discussion there, which is why we are all really here. So I'm going to go ahead and we can call it our lunch break. If there, feel free to email myself or Jen between over the lunch break if you have any specific questions or comments. And other than that, we will see you in an hour. Thank you very much, everybody. Hi, Diana. Welcome back.
Hi, Jacob. Thank you. I touched the wrong buttons.
No worries.
And before the meeting starts, Jacob, I just want to tell you, I love your facilitation style.
Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Means a lot to me.
Friendly yet firm in between the words.
I'll keep it up. Hey, Jen.
Hi. Welcome back. Did you have a nice lunch?
I concur with your observation. Yeah.
Well, it helps to have a great team to make sure everything else is working all right, so I can focus on other things.
We will ask you if you stand behind that statement once we're months into this.
Hey, Jacob, this is Erica. I thought I'd just quickly double check you can hear me okay.
Oh, right. Yes. Hi, Erica. Yep, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And I second Diana's.
That makes me blush.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a fun. It makes it more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Are the technical difficulties earlier has been resolved? Because I received emails that folks are not, we're having difficulty logging in.
Yeah. So there's kind of two separate issues. First one was the AV was having some issues. All of those have been resolved. Apparently, there's a little miscommunication about the actual web address for the webcast. So that's some of the ones we're getting to. So any that we have gotten emailed, we've been sending a link. Once we send a correct link, no one seems to be having some issues. So we'll have to make sure that we get that straightened out for next time too.
Well, thanks, Jen, for following up on those and resolving that. All right, it's 1 o'clock here on my end. So thank you, everybody. I hope you all had a great lunch and for coming back on time. For the ELTAC members, I'd like to just a friendly reminder that if you haven't already done so, to please turn your video feedback on. And before we jump into the presentations, we did a little bit of research, and there's some Kim wanted to provide some clarification on some of the questions earlier regarding Bagley-Keene. So is Kim is Kim back in? I didn't know if she was.
I am. Let me try and do my camera too. Okay. Hi. So I went back and looked at the bylaws, and I was mistaken in how I answered a couple of Miriam and Brad's questions. So I just want to clarify. So the membership includes the voting and the non-voting and DeLapo and the scribe. So altogether, I think that's, what did I say, 19? No, wait, 10, 16, 17, 18. So a quorum would be half of 18 plus 1. So we would need 10 people for a quorum. So that means that you would never want to have a communication that involved a quorum. And that includes, like I said, the voting, the non-voting, the DeLapo, and the scribe. So when Brad asked, if it was okay to have 3 voting members and Jen and Jacob on an email, it is, because that's only 5 people, less than a quorum. So it's not a meeting. Not because Jen and Jacob don't count. They do count towards, counting what's a quorum. And the same thing too with Miriam's question about the non-voting members, they also count towards a quorum. So, you know, there's 6 non-voting members. They could have a discussion and that wouldn't be a meeting. But when you're counting, you know, if you have a quorum, you do count the non-voting members too. And those Bagley-Keene rules do apply to the non-voting members too.
Okay, thanks, Kim, for that clarification. And like I was saying earlier, is there, you know, if as we go through, we'll be, and these types of issues come up, we'll be sure to either consult with legal and ultimately just make sure that we're complying with that.
Okay, sounds great. And yeah, we don't always get it right. So I'm glad we went back and looked.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I was thinking, I was checking to see, it didn't look like Miriam had already got back on yet. So oh, okay, maybe. I don't know if you caught that, Miriam, but it was specifically to one of your questions. So if not, we can circle back after the meeting and provide that clarification. So I hope everyone had the opportunity to submit your vote for the ELTAC chairperson. If you had any trouble or were unable to, for
We have
whatever.
100% response rate, so we are good.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so as you can see from the agenda, we have a great lineup of presentations covering a variety of high value topics. And in terms of procedure, I will introduce each presenter and ask them to turn on their video and unmute their microphone. And then after the presentation, we will open the floor for committee discussion, followed by public comments from the members of the public who requested time in advance and are with us on the Zoom platform. If we receive additional comments by email, Jen will let us know and then she will read the comments. After public comments, the floor will be opened back up for any follow-up committee discussion as needed. And if there's a need for ELTAC to take a formal action like a vote or creation of a subcommittee, then we will proceed accordingly. And then that will conclude the item and then we'll move on to the next presentation. So with that, we're going to begin by hearing from Sarah Rees and her team with the Water Board's Office of Research, Planning and Performance Emergency Response Program. Sarah, your presentation is on the screen. If you will you please share your video and unmute your microphone?
Fantastic. Sound check, are you able to hear and see me?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so hello, my name's Sarah Rees and I'm the chief of the emergency management program here at the State Water Boards. And I'm going to be talking to you about some pretty important stuff today. So next slide, please. So we're going to cover a bit about the emergency management program, who we are and what we do. And we're going to talk a little bit about our coordination with ELAP for emergency response efforts, some of the challenges that we've seen and some potential next steps. Next slide, please. So I lead a small but mighty team of 5, soon to be 6. We do have a vacancy right now. Today with me is Crystal Taylor, our environmental scientist, and Amelia Gomez, our associated government program analyst. They're also my lead coordinators for ELAP and laboratory facilities for emergency response here at the Water Boards. We're a relatively new program. We're about 1.5 years old, although many of us have been working on emergency related issues at the Water Boards for many years now. And we cover a lot of ground. We are an all hazards emergency response team. We handle both what we call acute emergencies, so wildfires, floods, earthquakes, that type of thing, and also what we call chronic emergencies, which are like drought, sea level rise, kind of slow moving emergencies, as we like to call them. Next slide, please. So in emergency management, common terminology is very important to us. And even the term emergency can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. At the water boards, we define an emergency as a situation that poses an immediate risk to water. So the state, people's access to drinking water or sanitation, environmental testing laws, because you are very important, and water and wastewater utilities and their supply chains. So that's kind of the scope of what we cover. And again, it's for all hazards. So anything that's unexpected that comes up that needs an emergency response, we're there to help. Next slide, please. So we have some processes that we use for emergency response. And one of the key things we do is situational awareness. The emergency management program constantly monitors impacts for all hazards through the use of a variety of resources that we've developed in-house, including our GIS tools and dashboards. We provide relevant information to ELAP, where labs who are either potentially or actually impacted by emergency events, we're able to identify those and get that information to ELAP. ELAP then takes that information and reaches out to those labs. We have a virtual emergency operations center that we use to track this information. And so that when ELAP contacts the labs, we use that resource to track those items. If we identify an unmet need through those channels, the emergency management program is able to elevate that to Cali, PA, and eventually to Cali-US's State Operations Center for additional support. And so then we can provide resources or other needs to laboratories using those channels. And that actually has been working pretty good for us. Next slide, please. So in 2020, the Emergency Management Program and ELAP began our collaboration for emergency response activities, and we'll be talking a bit about those activities next. Next slide. So as we all know, in March of 2020, we began responding to COVID-19, and the COVID-19 crisis presented a unique set of challenges. When the first stay-at-home orders and shelter-in-place orders were issued, ELAP and EMP saw laboratories begin to close, which meant that sampling, that critical sampling could not be conducted. EMP and ELAP worked together to reach out to the laboratories that were planning to close to inform them of their status as critical infrastructure and their work that supports public health and ensures water quality sampling and other public health sampling could continue. And so we also worked with ELAP and Cali-US to obtain travel documentation for laboratory staff to allow them to travel to and from work during the stay-at-home orders. And we also helped ELAP with the creation of a public-facing webpage that has emergency response information specific for laboratories. And you'll notice at the bottom of the slide, there's actually a live link in blue for you to see that site if you haven't seen it. And these slides, I believe, are part of the package for today's meeting. So there's a lot of really useful information on that website. And unfortunately, because of time constraints today, we don't have time to do a live demo of it, but you can find information on that website about laboratories' essential status, how to respond to a confirmed case of COVID in the laboratory, and actions that you can take in your laboratory if it must close due to that or in services. There's also an abundance of other very useful resources that we encourage you all to check out as you're able to. Next slide. Oh, sorry, get one slide back, I apologize. I also wanted to mention that on this slide that we also at the Emergency Management Program are working on advocating with ELAP's help with CDPH to for vaccine prioritization. We participate in a vaccine advisory committee meeting, which is a multi-agency work group led by Cali-US and CDPH. And we're working towards including laboratories in the phase 1 prioritization list. And that work's ongoing as those meetings are still ongoing. Next slide. it looks like they did provide us a screenshot of the COVID-19 website. So this is just the top of the website with the summary of the resources that are available on that website. So you'll see, as I mentioned, that there's some pretty useful resources on here. Some of the ones I didn't mention earlier include the laboratories that can accept additional samples and equipment and supply vendors, amongst a myriad of other useful resources. And I do hope that you check that out later. Next slide. So 2020 had a lot of additional emergencies above and beyond COVID. The wildfire season, and I hate using the word, but unprecedented still applies. We had over 4 million acres burn across the state, with 9,369 incidences total, with about 30 major ones that the emergency management program responded to and was tracking. By comparison, in 2019, there is approximately 7,860 incidents. And in 2018, the year of the campfire, there was about 7,940 incidents. So you can see just from those numbers, just the vast increase in wildfire activity that we've had over the last year. And unfortunately, here in January 2021, we are still tracking some small fires down in Southern California that are active due to the high weather, fire weather conditions that exist down south right now. The emergency management program has a suite of GIS resources that we use to assess actual or potential impacts to waters of the state, water utilities, and testing laboratories during these types of fires. It provides us some geographical context for where an emergency is occurring and what impacts might happen both during and after the wildfires, including laboratories. When we find those potential or actual impacts, we coordinate with ELAP, get them that situational awareness. ELAP again reaches out to the laboratories, and if there's unmet needs, we're able to elevate those again through proper channels to get that addressed during emergency activations. Next slide. So in August of 2020, we had a severe heat wave hit the state, and there was a increased usage of AC or air conditioning systems in homes across the state. This prompted rolling blackouts from the California Independent Systems Operators, and we used our resources for GIS to track those rolling blackouts and provide real-time updates for ELAP to reach out again to laboratories to inform them of the situation. Additionally, the state experienced numerous PSPS events, which is the public safety power shutoff events. These are the blackout, like de-energization events that we see that are preemptive, where they're trying to prevent wildfires from happening. And so that's kind of a new area for the emergency world, where we actually have pre-planned emergencies. So we also track those. Normally these are active during October and November, but we were tracking them through December, and actually we've had a few in January 2021 as well. And so those are increasing. And so we use these types of things to also inform ELAP of issues that we might be seeing that can impact the laboratories communities, in order to keep you apprised and also give us situational awareness and hopefully identify any unmet needs or concerns that are coming up in the community so we can address those head on. Next slide, please. So we've identified a few areas of concern in 2020 that we wanted to bring to your attention, and we're going to cover those next. Next slide. So this is just the highlights of some of the challenges that we saw in 2020. As mentioned in previous slides, the Emergency Management Program and ELAP realized that the environmental testing community was not aware of their status as essential workers. And we conducted outreach for the laboratories that have closed or are planning to close as a result of the shelter in place or stay-at-home orders back in March. in order to address that, we definitely wanted to make sure that samples were still being able to be processed because that's an essential service. Additionally, we identified that supply chain disruptions have been happening. And when these supply disruptions happen, there's not necessarily a means to secure the resources that are disrupted. And so an example of this is over the Christmas holiday, ELAP was made aware of a laboratory that was unable to secure some filters that they use for one of their key laboratory tests. And that laboratory was able to reach out to US EPA for assistance during the Christmas holiday, but actually didn't hear back from them. And so we identified a challenge there. It was also brought to the emergency management program's attention that existing federal and state laboratory mutual aid networks or other networks are not working for all of the California accredited labs. And we've identified that there's not currently a structure in place for labs to request aid or to process samples if that lab should have issues such as having to close because of COVID or other emergency type situations that might arise. So that was pretty concerning. And then we also identified that the closure of testing laboratories and the environmental justice areas is a point of great concern for public health. Due to the locations of those particular labs, communities, there's not necessarily another laboratory nearby that can provide those services to that environmental justice community. Next slide. And so this kind of brings us to what do we do about all this? So some of the issues that we experienced or identified, we've talked internally within the water boards, along with Division of Drinking Water and ELAP, of course, and we've discussed the possibility of creating a mutual aid network for laboratories in order to help support your communities better. This would be like a helping labs situation where when labs are impacted by emergencies, that it would provide a support system for you guys to acquire resources, whatever they may be. That could be equipment, it could be people, it could be a lot of different things. But having some structure in place to help you during emergency response and recovery is something definitely to consider. And we're in the early stages of developing a framework and what it might look like, and conversations with people about what the needs are around this. And one of the things that we're hoping for is for the ELAP or ELTAC community to let us know what your lessons learned are that you've experienced over the last year or so, and what types of things, issues have come up for you and what you've experienced, so we can learn from you directly about what your needs are. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so that brings us to the section where we have some time for discussion about this. We've identified a couple of prompting questions, and I know our facilitators will help open up for comments. But one of our prompting questions is, ELTAC, what do you see as your role in an environmental testing mutual aid network? And what sort of features would be helpful in this type of network to support you? And on that, I just want to open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that summary of just everything that has happened last year, and we just appreciate your role with the water boards and all that you're doing to manage these emergencies. So thank you for that. The questions are here on the screen, so we can look for the raising of hands. Again, I don't want to. If no one is really talking, feel free to jump in if I don't catch that your hand is up. Otherwise, if somebody is talking and you want to, take the floor next, please do raise your hand. We have Corinne Bell.
Hi. Yeah, I'm
Corinne, can I interrupt real quick? It seems your audio is a little bit muted. I'm not sure if anybody else was having that same.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I don't have the raise hand feature, so I have to do it the old-fashioned way. I just have a question about the EJ lab closures that you had mentioned. I'm wondering what the implications of that are. Does it mean that results are delayed? Does it mean that some testing doesn't happen that should be happening? I'm just curious what that ends up resulting in.
Well, I can tell you that it's possible that both of those things could happen. Like you could have an incident where sampling can't happen because they can't get the samples to a laboratory in the allotted time frame. It also could mean that they're not analyzed. But I'm also going to open this up to ELAP since they have the firsthand experience with this. We've just been monitoring, but it's definitely an area of concern for us at the emergency management program. But if anybody from ELAP wants to jump in and provide a little bit more context, I definitely want to open the floor to that.
Yeah, this is Jacob, and I see Christine join on here, so I'll pass it to her shortly. But yeah, I would just say from, at least from my perspective, that is something that we are always closely monitoring, and that we would really just, in those instances where an EJ community was impacted in that way, we would really, do our part to step in and see what we can do about, addressing that need and working with other laboratories to provide that service.
Thanks, Jacob. Hi, everybody. So I think you answered that perfectly, Jacob. I do want to just clarify exactly, what we're doing. It's really just me and the quality assurance officer that gets the information from the emergency management program. And we really rely on them to tell us what laboratories are within those emergency areas. Initially, it started with what laboratories are affected and are having issues with COVID and are closing down and not knowing that they were essential. And, we literally would have to send an email to say, you're essential, and our state regulatory partners need you or your contract lab or someone to continue taking those samples and running the analysis. But particularly with, the EJ areas, we see them as keystone labs essential to that community. And so whatever we can do to be the connectors through some sort of network to say, here's where you can send the samples if you're closed down or if you have some emergency situation. That's what our state agency partners need to know that those samples are still going to be run.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Josie, yes?
Yes, I have a question for Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the presentation and wealth of information that you shared with us. My question for you is, have you started doing your outreach to those affected labs to get feedback?
Well, we're starting today.
Okay.
So we have been working with ELAP on identifying from their perspective what they're hearing from the laboratories directly. But one of the reasons that we wanted to come today to present for you here at the ELTAC is actually to start those conversations.
Thank you for that.
So let me check here to see if there's any other hands up. While if there's others who are, did I miss one? Nope. If there's others who are still kind of putting together the thoughts, we have about 5 more minutes on this topic. I know just talking from many of you during my time here at ELAP that many of you are involved in organizations, inter-laboratory organizations and things like that. And I'm wondering with the involvement that you are, if you're involved in those types of relationships where you meet with other laboratories on a regular basis or anything like that, you know, would those relationships or that you have with your other laboratories help with, you know, putting together something like this with a mutual aid network? Just some thoughts coming to my mind, maybe more of just talking out loud, but just something to think about. And while I was talking, I see Peter, I believe you had your hand raised, and then Pam, we would speak next.
Yeah, hi Sarah. Thanks for the presentation. That was really interesting. I think, you know, my sort of leading question in trying to determine you know, how to best approach this is, you know, either from ELAP or from yourself, you know, do you have any feedback on sort of the number of labs that are having to close because of COVID impacts or some other impacts to their businesses, to just get a general idea on a percentage basis of the accredited labs in California? Because, you know, if it's only one or two here and there, I don't know how much effort you'd want to put into, you know, bringing up a full interactive website where somebody can look at a map in California, look at their area, and then see all of the labs, the methods they're accredited for, and, you know, to have that as a way to do it. So that's one question that I have. And then a thought to share is just, you know, I think one of the challenges that, you know, labs can run into in sharing work is a contracting barrier. So, you know, whether there need to be pre-established MOUs between public to public agencies, private to private's much easier for the most part, and then public to private, it's somewhere in the middle there. But, you know, I mean, if there are areas of concentrated labs that are being affected, you know, one of the things I would encourage is for those munis or groups to sort of band together and get some contracting in place so that it's a quick transfer of just a phone call, as opposed to having to go through a number of administrative steps to be able to work with laboratories outside of your network.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So for the first part, for the number of laboratories that are actually closing for COVID, I'm actually going to defer that back over to ELAP because they'll have better information than I do currently right now. But before I do, I did want to mention that we're hoping the idea of the mutual aid network would support laboratories above and beyond just incidences like COVID, that you all are susceptible to, you know, impacts from a myriad of all the emergencies that we have in California, which unfortunately are increasing. And so this is not an issue that's going to go away just because we have a vaccine for COVID. And so that's kind of like the bigger picture for that part of it, is this could serve, you know, not just for the immediate needs that we're seeing now, but a long-standing effort going forward that could support you should you need it in the future for any type of emergencies that you might experience, large or small. And on that, if anybody from ELAP can speak to the numbers of laboratory closures from COVID, that would be great.
Yeah, so this is Christine. I can answer that question. Thanks for that question, Peter. There were dozens of labs that emailed us early on, not knowing whether or not they should stay open or close due to the stay-at-home orders. And even now, when the regional stay-at-home orders were issued. And then when COVID hit in March of late last year, our state agency partners, they were in the dark. They didn't know whether or not they were going to get the data that they needed to protect public health. So there was a little bit of chaos. So I think now it's normalized, you know, since we've been really working with Sarah and her team and OES to let everyone know. And even OES, they didn't know that laboratories were part of the essential infrastructure. It literally just says wastewater and wastewater treatment plant operators, but it doesn't specifically identify labs. So I think initially it was a little chaotic, you know, the cloud in an emergency, the first couple hours that nobody knows what's going on. We've cleared that out, but I still think that there is benefit from laboratories and having one central place for them to find resources that they need to contract out their labs, to know if there's a supply chain issue. There are specific municipal labs support surfaces, and Sarah knows a lot about this, and many of you municipal labs know. There's CalWARN, and for private labs, there's the Environmental Lab Network that US EPA manages. But that was developed for, bioterrorism and when 9/11 happened. And there are only a handful of labs on that Environmental Lab Network. There isn't one just for our California labs that covers all the types of laboratories and one-stop shop for help. You have to ping pong to different places. So that's just my perspective from what I see, since it was my quality assurance officer and myself that were really sending out the emails, reaching out to labs, responding to the emails that came into ELAP.
Hey, thank you for Christine for adding to that. I did want to get to Pam and Brad, and I would just say, if either of you have a specific question, maybe I would propose that we can address the question towards the end of the meeting or offline. But I do want to allow you the opportunity, if you have a comment or recommendation, to provide that. So Pam?
So yeah, mine are comments, recommendations, particularly dealing to the second point of this. What sorts of features would we like to see in this? So as coming from a commercial laboratory, which it's probably the laboratories as these municipal laboratories are, you have one person go out sick and you can't manage the load. You're looking for the commercial laboratory to step in and take some of the sampling. Some of the things that we see is being very clear on the method and the regulations that are applying. We will often be contacted, can you do VOC analysis? We need to know whether it's method 524.2 analysis, 624.1 analysis, or 8260 analysis, because we don't have those working relationships. And I've seen that a lot for like the wildfire work. We need somebody to do mercury analysis, but there's no guidance on the testing, on which test is involved. And that would help a lot to open up communications. And the other point I noted is the GIS site on California ELAP. I think it's a cool site. It's really a lot of fun to play with. But generally, when you're looking for a laboratory to take the test, you don't care that it's a local lab because you can FedEx it. You need to find a lab that has a certification for that method. And unless you know which laboratory has that certification and where that laboratory is located, you're having to click on all of these different dots and pull up all of their certifications. I'm on it right now, and I don't see a way of searching per method. So, on that, looking for a certified laboratory, I think it would help a lot of people if we could look on it, even for the commercial labs when they get overloaded because, there's something in the area, all this work is coming to them. They need to find a secondary lab with California certification. And if they could look at it and say, oh, there's 5 labs that have this certification, we can send it to those. But it's really hard to search. And it excludes being able to send to an out-of-state lab with the applicable California cert, because that's way on the other side of the screen. So those are my comments.
Okay. Thank you. That's really valuable feedback. I appreciate the thoughtfulness in that comment.
Same here, Pam, and thank you again for noting that on the GIS. Those are just, I don't want to say too much about it other than, that's the current capabilities of it, but that is certainly something that we're continuing to explore and recognize that with additional capabilities, the support and the usefulness of that map would just expand. So Brad, if you don't mind unmuting.
2 things. One, with regards to this mutual aid network, I think I'm going to piggyback on what Peter was saying about the EMP's role in potentially facilitating some of the contracting that has to go on simply when a lab is trying to offload work. Taking Pam's example of a small muni lab as an example to be able to send work out. Oftentimes dealing directly with the city or municipality you have a contracting requirement. And sometimes those can become barriers to simply moving samples back and forth. You want to be able to be responsive. You know, my recommendation was if the EMP wants to put something like this together, that they consider some kind of, I think Peter mentioned a memorandum of understanding. You know, in the commercial world, we would call it a master services agreement between companies to allow that type of thing to happen, and facilitate the movement of samples, because at such a time that a lab shuts down, holding times are where it's at. And so sometimes those decisions literally need to be made within hours. And the last thing we want to do is have a contracting issue when we're just trying to solve that particular problem. So something to think about if in fact we want to put this together. The other thing would be the what EMP could potentially do in terms of helping that lab networks, the labs here in California, is secure a good supply chain for some critical items. Gloves right now are very difficult to come by, or can be, and we are seeing back orders for certain chemicals and things that are extending out, 3, 4, 6 weeks in some particular cases. I know an issue came up with filters that was mentioned earlier. So obviously the state of California can have some significant influence in being able to secure those supplies. And that would be one thing that I think that the agency could do for the lab community, would be to provide some kind of backup measure or some way to help direct those supplies and make those supplies available for us as critical infrastructure.
No, thank you for that feedback. And actually, we do advocate with Cal OES through the State Operations Center for exactly this sort of thing. So bringing those types of items to our attention is the first step for getting them addressed. So thank you very much for that feedback.
Yeah, and I'd really love to continue just having this conversation and see if there would, obviously we have a great group here who could provide a lot more information, but I imagine that this is, like Sarah said, just the beginning of the conversation. And I would imagine that there would be more, in future ELTAC meetings possibly, or even just coming through ELAP. So thank you, Sarah. And I hope that this was helpful for you in terms of next steps and where you go from here. And we continue to, appreciate the collaboration and want to continue to help in all the ways that we can. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Jacob, for having us. And I really appreciate everybody's time and consideration.
Yes, thank you. Peter, I saw you. Did you just raise your hand, or?
So just a quick procedural thing. Forgive me if this is, somewhat out of place, but, for where we have to move on to a new subject, are we expected to sort of, contact someone like a Sarah and say, hey, here are another half dozen ideas that I've thought of in the last day or so that we didn't get a chance to talk about? Are you as the facilitator or the eventual chairman going to sort of say, hey, if you have additional thoughts, go ahead and share them in this space? I guess what's the follow-up action on something like that probably still has a little more momentum, or does it just get picked up, with Sarah saying, hey, I'd love to put a working group together on this. Jacob, can you facilitate anybody who's interested in it? I'm just trying to sort of understand the flow of the material as it goes.
I don't know if you wanted to respond, Sarah, but I'll just say, in this, it's really up to the committee and how the committee wants to proceed with these types of things. And this one in particular, I'm sure Sarah can provide some contact information. It's probably in the presentation. And so for those ideas that come to you at a later date, I do encourage anyone to reach out to her after this and maybe ask further questions or just provide those thoughts to her.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. And actually, if you go back to the previous slide just for a second, our contact information is actually at the bottom of the slide. It's emp@waterboards.ca.gov. That's our general inbox. And we, invite you to provide us additional information or feedback regarding this topic or any other emergency related items that might come up. So please, continue. We like to have those lines of communication open, and the best way that we can help you is to find out what your needs are. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next presentation. It's a little bit of a jump here from EMP to something more technical in the sense of method selection for regulatory testing. For this presentation, I'd like to invite Christopher Hand from ELAP, part of the Program Development Research and Enforcement Unit. Chris, your presentation is on the screen. If you will please share your video and unmute your microphone.
Hello, Jacob, and thank you. I hope everyone can hear me now, and hopefully it's not too loud. So I'm here to talk to you guys, to the ELTAC committee here today about the method selection for regulatory testing and sort of the uncertainties with the developing methods that we have. So if we can move on to the next slide. So just a bit of a background, there's kind of two paths that a specific compound would have underneath regulations. So one would be obviously the federal regulations promulgated by US EPA. Generally speaking, these methods are the methods that are dictated via federal regulations are found in the CFR, so the Code of Federal Regulations 136 and 141. The methods that they select are pretty well vetted. They have a pretty well-established alternate test procedure. And for those doing drinking water testing, the Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Rule, or UCMR, starts with validated methods. So when the US EPA decides not to or hasn't yet regulated a compound, those fall under the authority of the states, in addition to some compounds that are selected for a lower reporting level or notification level or what have you. And so some established methods for these may exist already, in which case it's very easy to say to the lab community, use these methods. These are the ones that are available, and sometimes not. So when these don't exist, the state agency that's in charge of regulating these via their statutes will usually determine either level or a method or a technique that they're using to detect the compound. So next slide, please. So these new and updated methodologies, is kind of a broad category, are the ones that are either under development now or in the early stages of revision, or they're single laboratory validated studies. They're kind of a wide range, and depending on what the regulatory entity needs to use it for, they'll have a different level of kind of clarity and consistency that they're looking for. Unfortunately, not every state agency is privy to have such a wonderful technical advisory committee as we do here at ELAP, nor does it have the in-depth knowledge of how all these methods work and what instrumentation is needed. So ELAP is often approached for guidance and is often kind of has a front row seat to the uncertainty in the selection process. So next slide, please. So typically, things went through the US EPA. They all originated there. Most of the method development that's widely used across the country is from the United States EPA. There are other standards bodies that develop methods as well. But when the US EPA isn't involved, the kind of rigidity of the structure of how a method is developed kind of is less clear. And so really what's there is a lot of questions. How is this method ready? What does ready mean? What do you need to do? And so a lot of times we get questions and concerns from regulatory entities, and ELAP comes in kind of with our own bias, right? We're here looking, we provide accreditation services. And so we kind of look at it with a different eye than maybe the state regulatory agency needs. Next slide, please. So this is kind of an overly broad slide of kind of the stages of a method would go through. It's not a great depiction of it because not every method follows all of these stages in this order. The stages themselves aren't really well defined. There's not really consensus for what kind of terms get used in terms of standardization or validation, publication. What does it mean to be for a method to be published? New methods may or may not have had all of these done to them. And when a method is standardized or isn't standardized or hasn't gone through multiple laboratory validation, what's kind of the alternative that agencies should be looking for? So next slide, please. So this is kind of leads us into the realm of the questions. This is just a tip of the iceberg of some of the questions that ELAP has gotten over the years from various state agencies, because not every entity uses the same process. So for some examples, US EPA, standard methods, ASTM, they all kind of write their own methods and have a little bit of a different way of determining when the method is ready to be published. And we get often asked which one of these is best. I don't know. And then kind of what should they be evaluating? What should they be looking for? Some agencies do this significantly better than others. We have lots of coaching that we walk back and forth with the agencies with, but we would really need some sort of formalized guidance for this one. And then kind of the last point of just kind of what requirements should a method need in order to be classified in any one of the stages on kind of the diagram in the previous slide. So next slide, please. So just an example of one of the issues. This is a well-known instance, I believe, with all of the folks here at ELTAC. Here, one of the regional boards contracted with the USGS laboratory to develop a method. The method that they got back in a result hadn't really gone through a multi-lab validation or standardization. And so the regional board kind of got this method and we're like, okay, great. Now let's attempt to implement it as a requirement for use. But they gave it to ELAP first to kind of get a feel of what the method was like. And ELAP looked at it through ELAP's eyes and said, well, this method isn't really auditable. There's not a whole lot that we can do to help with this one. So ended up costing the state some money because they developed this method that isn't being used. So next slide, please. And so our request today is for ELTAC as our entity of experts to look at this with some more eyes and kind of create some sort of guidance for us. This is also being looked at by various other state regulatory agencies with their own programs, but we want more of a general guidance thing. So we're not just so we have at least a starting point to give to other agencies and to use for ourselves. And your recommendation can really drive a solution for that. So next slide, please. So I'm here and ELAP is here requesting that ELTAC form a subcommittee with the goal of providing a recommendation to ELAP. I know there was some confusion earlier on between subcommittee and work group, and I believe this would fall squarely in the category for subcommittee, as you want some sort of formalized document at the end to come back to the full ELTAC committee to then vote on. Okay. And so just some general ideas of what we kind of want here is we want kind of a better design of what the method life cycle should look like, and some criteria to look at for when methods could be used at each regulatory stage, and then kind of the responsible parties, like would it be the state agency that's looking at it, would it be ELAP, would it be the laboratory developing the method, that kind of thing. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to ELTAC, who I've seen quite a few questions here, and I'll leave Jacob to sort through whose hand was up first and what kind of questions need to be asked and what discussion needs to happen.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I mean, this is obviously a topic that is of statewide and national laboratory interest, and you know, I think that bringing it to the table here at ELTAC really gives the opportunity for their voice from the laboratory community that may not always be a part of these discussions. So, you know, there's obviously going to be a lot of different opinions and ideas here. And again, I just want to kind of remind the group that really, this is an opportunity to form a subcommittee to really develop and have some more deeper discussions. And so just kind of keeping that in mind as we open the floor, and just keeping that in mind. So I think Judy, your hand was up first.
Yep. So just listening to this presentation, I mean, this just sounds like a replay of things that have been going on for quite some time. And the interesting thing is that, there's a number of procedures and documents and things out there that would set a good basis for this that are already accepted inside of EPA. The problem is the EPA process is so slow. And then, so under the Office of Water, there's two protocols. There's one for the review and validation of alternate test procedures, and then there's one for review and validation of new methods. These were put out some time back. There were some draft protocols, I think, in 15 or 16, and then the final protocols were released in 2018. But the biggest thing with these documents, one of them I think is 60 something pages and the other one's 80 something pages long, is I think because they are long documents, I think it makes it difficult for people to know how to use them well. But I think a subcommittee could use these documents as a basis to put a good procedure together to address this particular issue. I mean, this is, like I say, this is something that, over the years with changes in technology and new techniques coming out, there's been a number of approaches to deal with these sorts of things, and many of them have worked. So it's not like there can only be one approach, but quite frankly, there's only one approach right now that the EPA is pushing and accepting. And I think if a group of people were to set that as a basis, it would be much easier to turn that into a promulgated and approved method later on. Even if you approved it at the state level and could get accreditation, you would still have a better shot at getting it through the system later.
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I'm hearing is really that this may not be something that necessarily where we have to recreate the wheel in a sense, but I like again where you were going with that of using a subcommittee to kind of think about it a little bit more and put together maybe some type of basic framework. I believe Sumitra, you were next. Oh, sorry, Sumitra. I'm just gonna give Peter a heads up that you would be next.
No worries. So thank you, Christopher, for that presentation. I just had a question or more for clarification on what you mean by the method was not auditable for the benefit of the group.
So I don't have direct firsthand experience with this, unfortunately. So I'm summarizing it based on summaries that I've received. But from what I recall of this method didn't have specific criteria for its QA/QC, right? So it just kind of was like, this is the method that you do, you follow these steps. But it didn't say like what to do when you fail or what was missing or which kind of checks were needed. So that kind of thing.
Got it. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, so Judy kind of, my thoughts kind of piggyback on hers, and that, I mean, like she said, there are criteria out there for how a method should be developed, but they are beastly things. And just to have sort of a shortened cheat sheet of, almost a two-sided, this is how the method should be developed, and then for ELAP side, how to tell some of the steps. This is how you can tell a method was properly developed. Did it go through interlab? Did it go through step X, step Y? Does it have auditable criteria, and so on and so forth? So I feel like we don't have to reinvent the wheel on it, but it would be nice to have some more succinct guidance for, instruction for the laboratories of, hey, if you're going to bring a method online, these are the things that we're going to be looking for as ELAP to be able to accredit for it. And for ELAP's sake, these are the things you want to make sure that they bring to you to make sure that the method has been fully developed and vetted. We've also found that, at least as we've gone through, and toxicity is almost kind of like the Wild West for emerging contaminants, because the rules around it are a little shakier because it's not instrument work. But guidance documents and supplemental information that can be added on to existing methods because reopening and changing an existing method, as we all know, is kind of impossible. Building onto those guidance documents and best practices and issuing those alongside existing or updated methods is also a tool that can be helpful for bringing those along and bringing them into the new century, if you will.
Okay, I believe we have Pam, Brad, and then Judy.
So just real briefly, kind of adding on with what Judy had added, one of the documents that defines these new methods is actually in TNI. It talks about, the precision, the accuracy, the selectivity, the sensitivity, all of those issues that you're looking at, which, as I believe now, that's all been rolled into the California regulations. So a lot of that is there. It may be just taking that more simplified approach, not necessarily going back to the EPA with the 60 some documents, but just how do you interpret what is now required for a new method to set inside? And a lot of those are the data quality objectives. We need to know from the regulatory community, what are your objectives on that? And then we can set, the precision and the accuracy goals, and all that corrective action should already be worked into what we now use from TNI. So that's my comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Pam, for that comment. And it kind of makes me think too, that there's also really two issues here. There's the technical side of what signifies a validated method, but there's also the roles and responsibilities that also, need to be defined through this process as well. So I believe, was it Brad and then Judy? And I think Josie had her hand up too as well, if I'm correct. So Brad, go ahead. Brad, apologies. I'm having some trouble hearing you. I don't know if others were experiencing the same issue.
Is that better now? Okay. Yeah, I was saying I certainly agree with Judy and Peter on the recommendation to look at the ATP process and the other things that are out there. No sense reinventing the wheel. I would agree. I think a subcommittee is a good way to go on this, and with the added part of that being, my concern is always, as well as how does it get implemented and incorporated, from a regulatory perspective. Having the method there and available is great, but then we want to make sure that it does get included into the regulations or in a proper way, so we're not left with something that is becomes a challenge or locks us in for the future with regards to how it's used and for where it's appropriate. So I definitely would want to make sure that that gets some consideration beyond just how do we validate a method for use here in the state.
So then we have, let's see, Judy, then Josie, and then Diana.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar to what Brad just said, but I did want to add that there are, just as outside of, the EPA world and outside of TNI, ASTM also has a procedure out there as well. So what I would challenge a subcommittee to do would be to make sure that all respected processes are covered in the evaluation process and put suggestions to put things together, just simply because there has been multiple different entities out there that have used all different processes, and I think this would be a great forum to bring those together for a single procedure that would work best for everybody.
Excellent. Josie, and then Diana, and then Peter.
Jacob, my comment is pretty much a more of a follow-up on how does this effort or formation of a subcommittee relates to or complement the past efforts that ELTAC members have done in the past. for example, the one that Stephen Clark has drafted, how does that correlate, or you know, how are they related? Because this subject matter is not new. This was I believe also discussed at the past LTAC batch.
Yeah, I'm trying to have to recall really what document in terms of the one that Stephen Clark created. I thought that was related to the maybe addition of methods. I see Christine is turned on her camera. Maybe she wants to chime in.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Josie, for that reminder. So ELTAC created a document that identified a process and procedure to communicate any new methods that agencies wanted to use through ELAP, so that the community would know what it was. If you remember, I think DDW requested a new method to be used. I can't remember what the contaminant was, but there wasn't any due notice. So some laboratories didn't have the opportunity to be able to apply for it and be part of the business to analyze the method. So that document that was created by ELTAC was simply identifying communication chains, where if a new method by agency were to be used, that they advise that it goes through ELAP and ELTAC so that the community knows. So that's what that was.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I mean, just in terms of procedure, you know, whatever this new LTAC decides or moves forward with would certainly precede what had been done in the past. Diana and then Peter.
Okay, thank you. So yes, as I listened to that scenario and the discussion overall, it sounds like there's a piece of the puzzle is actually the applicability of the approved method or of the approved alternative. In that scenario, I think maybe it was fortunate that the regional board, you know, raised their hand and asked for input. And we see in some of our permitting programs at the water boards, and I'll say the water quality regulatory orders, many times it's either ELAP staff hand-holding certain permit writers, or permit writers and very experienced managers are using their best professional judgment on what to require. Now, we are the ones that know the water quality objectives, but we don't necessarily have that bridge. So as there is, or as there's potential for continued work through a subcommittee, I'd like to recommend that the subcommittee also addresses the applicability, and that knowledge and documentation may need to come from US EPA, may need to come from any other steps of the approval process on down. But it seems like that is a puzzle piece as it gets down into a requirement for laboratory analysis.
Thank you. We have Peter, and then trying to see here. And then we'll also, I'd like to open it up to Erica Calve from the Division of Water Quality. And then after that, just keeping in mind that we have members from the public who have also asked to comment on this item.
So I'll keep my comments relatively brief. I mean, I think that, you know, I would support a subcommittee coming out for this as well. And, you know, as both Pam and Judy have sort of said, on top of looking at the data quality objectives, I think the other thing that we all need to consider in this is sort of the ability to commercialize and run on a large scale, especially for, you know, one of the avenues for development has always been in academia and done in government operations or in academic labs, and may look good when you're doing one of them over a course of a long period of time, but when, you know, you start getting flooded with samples, it can create some additional challenges. So as we look at how to put this guidance document together, I think that one of the things that always needs to be considered and balanced is the data quality objectives and then the ability to actually do it on a larger scale. And so with that, you know, I'll leave it as I would certainly support this. I think it's I think there's a broad range of things between, you know, how it's developed, how it's accepted, how it's applied in permits and from a regulatory basis. So I think there's a lot of valuable stuff here.
Thank you. Yeah. And so I guess in terms of procedure, so kind of thinking what I'd like to do is, again, Erica Calvé, she's not part of ELTAC, but represents the Division of Water Quality here. I'd like to let her say a few words, but also before we move on to the public comments, I would want to start seeing if we can get volunteers for interest in the subcommittee. So keeping that in mind after Erica says if can say something, and then we'll talk about volunteers for the subcommittee.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jacob, for giving me the opportunity. I think the one concern that, so I should clarify that I'm with the Division of Water Quality, and I'm also leading the Constituents of Emerging Concern program for DWQ. And I guess since it sounds like, you know, the subcommittee is getting a lot of support and would likely move forward, that we want to highlight the importance of being familiar and recognizing that there are many programs that could be affected by how this guidance document comes along. And I heard somebody mention something about promulgating it at some point. And so it's really important to us that the work that's been done to set the stage for assessing emerging contaminants throughout the state, we need to be able to use tools that are academic in nature, and we want a space for that to be held and for it to be acceptable, because otherwise we're not going to be able to do the type of work that needs to be done to identify these unknown unknowns along the way, and ideally get in front of them before they're a serious problem for people of the state. There's at least, you know, there's also so some programs have written quality assurance program plans that outline procedures for using methods that are not necessarily accredited, but, you know, following a data quality objectives process and making sure that you know, you have those QA/QC requirements built into the sampling design so that you can rely on those information to the extent that, you know, you need to for moving forward with the next step. So in discussions with ELAP to date, you know, we've talked a little bit about kind of the regulatory side of ELAP accreditation, and then this exploratory investigative side that can be done by the state board, who is a regulatory entity. And we do collect data that we make decisions off of, but it's usually to kind of, you know, move an issue forward because it makes sense to do so or not. And so just really wanting this group to consider and ideally invite programs from various agencies to provide their input along the way, so that they can, you know, so that we don't accidentally put us in a situation where we don't have access to the tools that we need to do this investigatory side of the work that we do. That's not necessarily regulatory because it's, you know, it's not driven by a specific numeric criteria and such.
Yeah, thank you, Erica. I appreciate that. It just highlights just how many different programs, you know, how this transcends so many different programs, and it involves and how it can affect or impact different regulatory programs. So appreciate that, and I would think that, and as the subcommittee moves forward and you know, dives into this and evaluates this and looks into it a little bit more, that there would be an opportunity to get input so that, you know, there is this consensus and there is the final product is applicable, whether it's specific or it's general, you know, that's to be seen. But so thank you for those comments. I do want to just, again, in terms of procedure, I'd like to now just open it up to see if we have volunteers for that. We will get to the public, you the public comments as well. And I also want to apologize to our speakers who were intending to be speaking next, specifically with Betsy. If you would, we would appreciate your flexibility here as we start wrapping up this item, so that we can get to your items as well, and to you as well, Melissa. So we, just in the interest of time, let's kind of follow through on that. So opening it up for volunteers from the ELTAC committee to forming the subcommittee. And I see Augustine has his hand up, and I believe that's for volunteering and not necessarily a comment.
And also I want to, sorry, I don't have the hand raising feature here either, but I want to comment as well that Erica makes a good point, and I think some other people mentioned it, that we would need to include in the subcommittee some folks, or at least input from the end users of the data, because that kind of will help guide how we would write these guidelines or suggestions on how to validate or show that these methods are validated. If we have an idea of how the data is being used afterwards, I think it would be pretty helpful. But yeah, I'd also like to volunteer for the subcommittee. I think it'd be huge help for the state for sure.
Excellent. Okay, and then I believe Pam is the hand up for volunteering.
Yeah, and actually I was wondering, Jacob, before we go much farther, do we need a motion to create a subcommittee? From my notes, I thought that that's what we're going to need.
Yeah, that's how I had imagined it also, but I got some a side note here.
Got it. Okay.
Who had mentioned that we would do the volunteers, that we should look for volunteers. So I think we can do it in this process here. So
okay.
Yeah. And so did I see that you are interested, Pam? Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Wait, can't find my mute. Yes, but I also know that there are more things coming up from these other presentations. Maybe we should determine the scope of who's going to be on what committees based on all of the needs for the subcommittees that are coming up. I mean, just a suggestion, but yes, this is something that I would be willing to work on.
That's a good question. Maybe, so I guess what I'm hearing is we can either decide now or wait till we hear from the other presenters, and then before we conclude that, before at the end of the day, then we would determine or create the subcommittees.
Yeah, my thought is we just don't want people jumping onto this ship as the first one here and then bailing on it when the next one comes up, and maybe we can define how to spread the tasks out based on the needs. Maybe as an end item.
Okay, I'm okay with that. And unless there's some objection, then let's go ahead and do that. We will, but make sure that we get to that before the end of the day. In that case, then I'm trying to see, scan through here. It looks like Josie, you had a comment. I do want to value our LTACs with the space, but just keep in mind that the public is wanting to comment as well. So go ahead, Josie.
Yeah, and that's what I'm about to say, is basically for process-wise, I think we could still at least make a motion to form a subcommittee for this one, and then make a determination of who will volunteer later. At least we lock in, everybody is in consensus that we need a subcommittee. I have not heard from all the ELTAC members in concurrence with the suggestion for a subcommittee.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to create a subcommittee to address the item?
Jacob, this is Brad. I will make a motion that we form a subcommittee to address this for ELAP.
Now, point of clarification from Kate or for Kim, does it have to be more specific than that?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
We do need a second and then a vote.
I will second. Peter Arth.
Okay, and then for voting, let me pull up the list here so we could sorry.
I have one, Jacob, if you want me to read it off.
Okay, let's do that then, please. Thank you.
Sure. Diane Anderson.
Aye.
Samuel Choi.
Yes.
Ramzi Mahmood. He might have stepped out already. Judy Morgan.
Yes.
Augustine Pieri.
Yes.
Lashmitha Reddy.
Yes.
Pamela Schemmer.
Yes.
And Josie Tellers. Josie, you're muted. Did you want to? Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then it passed, and then we will at the back half of the meeting we will determine the composition for the subcommittee. I'd like to now open it the floor to the public. I believe we had David Kimbrough and Jared Washko. And if I could please ask to limit the comments 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. So I believe you should be receiving a notice to be able to unmute your mic, I believe.
There we go. So may I proceed?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Members of the ELTAC, first of all, let me say congratulations. You're about to go on a long, fun adventure. I wish you all a lot of luck on that. I'm David Kimbrough. I've been a member of this committee in the past. I represent today the Coalition of Accredited Laboratories, and we are submitting some comments. We have submitted written comments to this committee. If you want copies, you can contact Jacob or myself, and we'll be glad to get it to you. In regards to this particular item, I think the key element is to understand that there is no good method or bad method in general. Methods are good or bad relative to particular objectives. What are you sampling? Where are you sampling it? So one method might be very good in one situation, may not be good in another situation. So it's important to get away from the notion that there's a single threshold for methods. Second point is that the US EPA, California EPA State Board has a procedure in place already. It's called EPA QAR-2, and it's part of a broader quality assurance program. Since these methods are to serve California EPA, to serve the State Board and other agencies like that, it would be good to use the quality management program that they use, which would include, as others have said, a data quality objective, measurement quality indicators, measurement quality objectives, so that you can assess methods. You can't, and so with having those, a QMP in place with all these requirements, then you can look at a method and say, this method's good, this method's not good, relative to the needs of the data users. And again, we don't have to start from scratch. And in particular, I would recommend the SWAMP approach. They've been Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. They have an excellent QMP, which has a lot of really good parts to it. So I would recommend that as well. Further, in the past, the Division of Drinking Water has looked at this issue before. They had, in particular, in how they set the DLRs, detection limit for reporting. They created a committee years ago, and they looked at how are we going to set DLRs, and they set up a quality assurance objectives for lowest concentration that a method could accurately produce results that 75% of the labs could quantify on a regular basis. That's so rather than imagining to start from scratch, we can go back and look what the division for drinking water now. Look what the division has done in the past, and they're still using it. The last ELTAC, they created a subcommittee to look to determine how DLRs would be set for perchlorate, because they wanted to lower the DLR. And so a lot of these issues were discussed in that work group. So again, I would recommend we look back and see what has happened in the past, both with ELTAC and with the Division of Drinking Water, as a model moving forward, which could be incorporated into a broader quality assurance plan that could then be used as a tool to measure any method, whether it's a new method or an old method. There are plenty of old methods that have been around forever, really probably not appropriate anymore. It might be a good time to cull some of those. This would be how you would do it. And as methods come in, time up.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. And if you want a written copy, let me know.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Moving on to Jared.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskel, on behalf of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. We represent about 125 POTWs around the state. I wanted to start just with acknowledging the members of ELTAC and this being your first meeting, and very excited about that here at the top of 2021. I've been very encouraged by all the great conversations that you've held today and the discussions that you're having. A lot of great expertise on this new ELTAC. We're excited about that. When we saw this item on the agenda, it was one that hit close to home for our community, in part because of the State Water Board's investigative order of PFAS. And for non-drinking water, there's not an approved method per se. And so there were concerns with our members on the data that would be generated by not using an approved method. And so over the course of the year, we've had numerous conversations with the state and with our labs to work through this. I'll maybe summarize it by noting that ultimately our members felt like using isotopic dilution was a mature enough process, and the way the DoD had formulated it, we were okay with the method that was put out to be used for the PFAS order. But going forward, what does it look like for ELTAC? I thought it was encouraging to hear Judy's remarks about existing documents that can provide ELTAC and the subcommittee with guidance on what would be expected for a method to be able to be used and to be accredited. I heard a speaker mention the federal regulations under 40 CFR 136 and 141 and described them as well vetted, pretty well vetted. I think that's would be a solid baseline if you could check off all those boxes, even in a de facto way, not as such a formal way as US EPA approval, but the 2018 documents that were mentioned may also be a great reference point. But I'd like to encourage the ELTAC members and committee to reach out to the regulated community and to the labs that are already performing a lot of this work, because in the case of some members on PFAS, they've been doing work with methods and have insight to provide. And when it actually comes to testing methods, maybe in-kind services they could reach out with. But I'd like to end and just maybe asking a question whether the subcommittee is envisioning doing the actual method testing and multi-lab validation, or providing insight and maybe suggestions and recommendations on the structure of the process that would be carried out and executed by others. And thank you for the time this afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Jared. Appreciate your comments. And I could just say, as the LAPO really, I think that this is going to be an iterative process. It's going to take a little bit of back and forth, which is why I believe that this really should be the subcommittee route, because it's going to, there will have to be some development at the subcommittee level, and then bringing it back to the LTAC to kind of see where they're going with it, and also allow for the public to also provide comments on that as well. So I think overall great comments. Appreciate the public chiming in on that. I will open it up one last time to the committee members for any final comments, and then we'll continue on with the agenda, and but carving out time towards the end to identify members who will be part of the subcommittee. I'm checking Josie or Corinne who can't raise their hand. Maybe Andrew Hamilton. I don't know if I missed you earlier. Now would be a time. Okay. I'm not seeing any. So we'll go ahead and conclude with this item. Thank you again for the great discussion. And we'll now switch over again, doing another little bit of a big switch here from emergency management to method development. And now let's look, we'll hear from Betsy Lichty with the Division of Drinking Water. Betsy, your presentation is on the screen. If you would please unmute, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jacob. And will you be going through my slides for me?
Yes, ma'am. If you would just say next slide, that would help.
Got it. Great. Thank you. And thank you for having quality assurance section here to share proposed processes. And so just by way of introduction, I'm Betsy Lichty, the chief of our quality assurance section in the Division of Drinking Water. And you know, our section, created about 3.5 years ago now, has taken on the task of ensuring our data quality, and that of course comes all the way down to and is embraced in the analytical methods that we use. Next slide, please. So the goal of quality assurance section then is to review, evaluate, and recommend the use of specific analytical methods for drinking water analysis. And these are so that we can identify compliance under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And there has been discussion of, you know, those analytical methods that are specified by the federal government under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. But we also have California regulations, and so our method recommendations are specific to California drinking water standards, which do differ from federal drinking water standards, and in many cases are more stringent. And then we do need to ensure that the analytical methods allow us to meet our data quality objectives that are, of course, related to our MCLs by way of the detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR, which is our, what I would call our current data quality objective in the absence of the adoption of a quality assurance program plan. So to ensure that we're using appropriate methods for these activities, quality assurance section is undertaking a method refresh. And we have been working with ELAP to kind of define this process. And it does include the removing and the addition of method offerings in the drinking water fields of accreditation, or FOAs. And what the goal here is to remove obsolete methods. And even as David Kimbrough mentioned, there are times when we do have to call out methods that are no longer appropriate for data quality objectives. And that might be because of equipment that is no longer in use at laboratories that are no longer seeking accreditation for methods, or a change in our drinking water data quality objectives through the reduction of a drinking water standard. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our current process for this method refresh has been to review the listed methods in the fields of accreditation, and we're also looking at other available methods. There are opportunities here to add methods that also meet data quality objectives that laboratories may be interested in. And we do want to identify that those methods are meeting our current data quality objectives. And so we're looking at the reporting limit, or the MDL, and comparing that to the DLR value again as our current de facto data quality objective. We also are reviewing those methods that are most commonly used. And in doing that, we're looking at data that is submitted to us electronically. And with the electronic data, we are receiving, of course, which which method the laboratory used to analyze for that analyte. If the method is on the fields of accreditation and did not meet our data quality objective, we have been requesting ELAP remove that from our fields of accreditation via a memo to the ELAP chief, Christine, of course. And we've been engaging this process for the last year and a half. We have probably submitted 3 or 4 memos asking for different methods to be removed. Next slide, please, Jacob. The most recent memo that we sent asked for 6 methods to be removed, and those are the methods associated with the listed analytes on this slide. And we're also showing on this slide what our guiding reason was for the request to remove them. And as you can see, it is most often because the method detection level was greater than or equal to the detection limit. Next slide, please, Jacob. So, we learned some hard lessons through this process. And these were through some almost immediate responses from the laboratory community after ELAP sent the notification out to you that these methods were removed from our FOA. The first is that the asbestos method, EPA 100.2, that we asked to be removed was the only asbestos method that actually identified the concentration by fiber length. And of course, our MCL is specific as to being, I believe it's 7 million fibers where the fibers are greater than 10 microns. And so it was inappropriate to remove that method. Additionally, we learned that the fluoride method, SM 4500FC-1997, is used for distribution system monitoring of fluoride. So this is a method that our utilities that fluoridate are utilizing as a quick, cost-effective method for monitoring fluoride levels in their systems. This data is not submitted to us electronically. And so even had we, and we did, in our review of our data submitted, we did not see, perhaps only 2 analyses in the last 4 years that utilized this method for reporting for compliance purposes. And so we learned that the review process that we had engaged was inadequate to really evaluate the value that some of these methods bring to the lab and water utility community, and the value that they bring to us. So we recognized that we needed to improve this process to evaluate the potential removal of methods. We wanted it to be more robust and more durable. And of course, this will, at the point that we have completed our quality assurance program plan, which is being drafted, this process will be part of that QAPP. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to present to ELTAC today was our proposed process for consideration of removal of analytical methods from the ELAP fields of accreditation. And this process is by analyte method. We call them method analyte pairs. That's kind of a new CLIP term, and if given time, I'll be reviewing our CLIP, which is the California Laboratory Intake Portal status with you. But our first process is to continue to do what we've been doing, which is to conduct a method review, looking at the capabilities of an analytical method for that analyte, and comparing that to our data quality objectives. We want to look at whether there are other methods in the FOAs that already achieve data quality objectives. and then evaluate data that we've received as to whether the method's currently being used by laboratories. With the development and implementation of CLIP, we're going to be taking the reporting level for each analysis. So that is new for us. We have in the past not had the ability to intake electronically any of the QC data. And CLIP is going to be bringing that, that new information to us. So we'll be able to review that on a broad scale as we're doing this method evaluation. And along with that, identify how often this method is being used for reporting for that analyte, and what percent of labs are accredited for that method, and what percent of analytical results are being reported for that method analyte. Next slide, please. So following that, we want to evaluate, other methods. Is this method considered more cost-effective? Are other methods more cost-effective, and there's a large body of laboratories that are using other methods that meet our data quality objectives? So in doing that, we're evaluating the lab capacity and the cost impacts. We want to evaluate the ability of the method to achieve lower levels than specified in the published method. And that is perhaps one of the key areas that we failed to evaluate in the process that we used in the past. I know that as we've evaluated some MCLs, or in the case of the lowered perchlorate, DLR, our reg development unit did conduct a survey of laboratories to assess the lab capacity to achieve lower detection limits than what the method specified. And so that is something that we also need to do as we consider each method that we may want to be removing for an analyte from the FOA. And I don't know that we want to do that necessarily through a survey each time. And so we're going to be making, kind of informing you through this process of how we're going to be assessing that. So once we've conducted all of this evaluation, we want to then consult internally with Reg Development Unit, ELAP, and our DDW management, ensure that we haven't missed some major areas of evaluation, get their approval or at least comments on the direction that we're going for making a recommendation to remove a method. And this is the step that engages you. We want to seek input from ELTAC to begin getting that laboratory perspective on this specific analytical method for the analyte under consideration. And we want to, as a question following the conclusion of my presentation, want to ask whether this would be through consultation with the full ELTAC or with the subcommittee or work group, as has been discussed with some of these other activities. Next, Jacob. So the final steps of this process would engage a 30-day public comment period. That's proposed because we recognize that even on seeking input from ELTAC, we still have not gotten the full scope of potential impacts. There may be some public water systems that find that there is value in methods for one reason or another, or other public comment. So we just want to ensure that we are, again, once the decision is made, that we have conducted a robust evaluation and sought and received, input from all parties that this can potentially impact. So then we'll write our final proposal and seek our own executive management approval for that final proposal. And on receiving their approval, we would submit that formal request to ELAP for revision of the drinking water fields of accreditation. Next slide, Jacob. Thank you. So that brings us to kind of the conclusion of just what this new process would entail. We wanted to get your response, your thoughts on the proposal, and then identify how we would go about utilizing ELTAC for our evaluations. We are probably halfway through the kind of what I call the evaluation of all of our fields of accreditation, and but we still have half of them to do, and I believe that we could probably complete those through by the end of 2021. And so our ask for engaging with ELTAC would be at this point, I don't want to call it short term, but hopefully we would be able to complete our what I'll call our major method refresh process within this year. And so if there is a subgroup, subcommittee or a work group formed, that would be kind of the term of that work group. But of course, our fields of accreditation need to be reevaluated on a continuous basis as new methods come available that may allow us to improve our reporting levels and hence improve our ability to provide public health protection to our communities. And so this would be, I'm sure, an ongoing evaluation process, and what I'm proposing here would be utilized on an ongoing basis as it would become adopted into our quality assurance program plan. So with that, Jacob, let's get some of the ELTAC thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Betsy. I think just from my perspective, I think what it comes down to is what is going to be the urgency, since these are specifically for FOAs that are going to be removed. You know, there may be some time for that. You know, the urgency may not be so urgent, and so there could be time where it's brought back to the ELTAC group in the normal meetings, as opposed to needing a subgroup. But that's just something, one way of thinking about it. As I open it up, Betsy, I just want to make a slight comment here. If you could maybe bring your camera down just a little bit, I think that might help.
Oh, I'm sorry. You should have told me that a long time ago.
I didn't want to interrupt.
I don't see myself actually.
Okay, no worries. All right, so I think we had, if I saw right, it was Pam, Judy, and then Andrew. So Pam, would you please unmute?
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I think it was very informative, and I think it was helpful as to understanding why some methods that some labs love dearly dropped off suddenly, and I'm glad you're reevaluating that. And I agree with kind of where Jacob was going on that. I don't think that we would need to have a subcommittee on this, because I think it is something that we could probably discuss, you know, send it out ahead of time before the meetings if we can, vote on it, approve it. And I think the 30-day comment period to the public is going to catch everything else. I think that's a great idea. And I don't know that ELTAC could offer more. Now, one thing, Jacob, I don't know whether we would be allowed if Betsy could send out a list of methods. Hey, these are the ones that we're proposing. Could we comment on that as a forum, as a group, in between meetings via the email, or is that a problem with Bagley-Keene?
I believe so. If we had more than a forum.
So we can't vote in between times.
Right.
That's hard. But.
Okay. Judy, would you please unmute?
Yep. Thank you. Great presentation. Just had a couple of questions that came to mind as I was listening. So I'm assuming that based on what was said, that the methods that would be selected for removal, you wouldn't expect any pushback from the community. And the reason why I ask is because I remember back in, I don't know, I think it was 2007, maybe. I don't know if that date's exactly right, but there was a large MER that came out that removed a good number of methods. And so when those methods were removed, there was a flurry of pushback to EPA, and EPA had to put some concessions in place to extend the use of those methods because of permit requirements. Now, granted, that's clean water, not drinking water, which is different. However, I'm just kind of curious if there would, if you felt like there would be any pushback if you were doing this ahead of what's in Part 141.
So, and I've conferred with EPA on this. The methods that California uses for drinking water do need to meet our own needs. And as I said in my presentation, we have MCLs that are lower than EPA MCLs for a number of contaminants. And so in this case, it is for contaminants that are also federally regulated. And the methods that EPA specifies may not always achieve our lower MCL or DLR requirements. So they have agreed that even though a method is published in the Federal Register as being appropriate and acceptable for a specific rule or contaminant, it is up to each state to determine whether that method meets our own requirements. And so our fields of accreditation do not have to include all methods that EPA has included in the Federal Register for contaminants.
Okay.
So, and I'm pretty happy, I'm pretty satisfied that we're on firm ground there.
Okay, good. Okay, great. That's the only reason why I was asking was just kind of to get ahead of some potential pushback or feedback or controversy on that. But and I do 100% agree with you. Some of the methods are pretty old and absolutely are not capable of hitting lower detection levels for lower limits. So okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand it a little better.
Thank you for the question.
We have Andrew, and then I believe Diane had her hand up. I don't know if it's still there, but also, and then Shrishmita.
Hello. Hello, Betsy. Thank you for the presentation. That was great. And I definitely understand the need to potentially cull some of these methods. Just a couple bits of advice. These fields of accreditation are based off matrix now and not programs. Historically, they're based off programs. And it understands that Division of Drinking Water handles vast majority of the regulatory compliance testing with drinking water, but there are a few programs in the State Water Board that require testing of personal wells, other testing of drinking water that's not reported to DDW. And I would just caution before you go through this, maybe we can implement a process where a memo or something is sent to the like an interagency memo, just to make sure and solidify that this isn't a method that is being used elsewhere, even though that's a very, very slight chance. And then the other thing that I was thinking about while you're listening to, or while you're speaking, is I know you're making strides with Cliff, and we can talk offline on this, but there's an opportunity to provide a check based on the reporting limit in that database, in that enterprise, so that data submitted would be flagged or not even allowed to be submitted based on any limits that you provide per method, as far as what, so it'd be the DLR essentially, what they'd have to meet. And so there's an opportunity there. So those are my two comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Those are very helpful comments. And yes, of course, CLIP is being designed to accept only specific method analyte pairs. And so if in working with other agencies, they need some of these methods, that would be the bottom line of what we find acceptable. And so we need to make sure that that's communicated to the lab community, that although they are on the FOA, does not mean that DDW will accept them. So I guess that is some messaging. So we can work with you on identifying these areas where these methods may be used. And thank you, I was unaware of that.
Great, glad we were able to have that exchange. I don't see Dan's hand up anymore, so I'm gonna go with Susmita.
Thanks, Jacob. Hey, great point, Andrew. And as you said, the FOA changes may not be as much of an emergency. So if you need to have a discussion, can't we schedule an emergency ELTAC meeting before it's sent out for a comment period? I would strongly recommend that it at least be vetted by this group before it's out to the public.
Absolutely, and I do agree that none of these removals are urgent or emergency type situations. And with ELTAC meeting 3 times a year, we can certainly try to bring them to you at that time. I do believe we still want to get through these by the end of 2021, so we can complete this project. And so we may have either one big batch close to the end of the year or a few smaller batches if in fact we find additional methods, a few smaller batches at each of your future meetings this year.
Perfect, thank you. And yeah, the 30-day comment period was a great idea. So thanks again, Betsy, for the presentation.
All right, I believe we had Josie, and then we also did receive comments from the public on this one as well.
Yeah, I have a question regarding, the focus is primarily on removal, but when those methods are removed, was there also a plan on recommending an alternative method to be used? Further, there are methods that may be old and currently not meeting the DLR, but I think laboratories can still have the opportunity to see if they can actually meet a lower reporting limit under the same method. Because old methods, even though they have a linear range up to this point, there are still laboratories that can push it below that and still meet the California DLR.
Thank you, Josie. Absolutely. And in my presentation, I did indicate that we do recognize that because of improvements in technology, laboratories are able to drive down the reporting level below what was published in the initial method. And I do want to reiterate that, of course, we can only accept that data if it's not an actual revision or modification to the method. If the method's been modified to achieve those lower reporting levels, that's a different story, because now that is a new method and we have to review and accept that modification. And the lab would have to be accredited under it. But your other question of whether other methods would be recommended if we're removing one method, and of course it's absolutely important and imperative that there be lab capacity for compliance monitoring. And it is not our intent to limit that. In each of the cases where we've made a recommendation, there was usually a handful of other methods that were available and actually more often implemented by the lab community for those analytes.
Thank you. Additional information. Yeah. Thank you.
So I see Brad, your hand is up, and we'll go ahead and go with you. And then from there, we'll go to the public. And just as a reminder, even after the public is commented, there's still an opportunity from the committee to provide any follow-up feedback or other discussion. So Brad, go ahead.
Sure. Hi, Betsy. Brad Meadows at Babcock Labs. Thank you for the presentation. Just something to consider when you are thinking about requesting removal from the fields of accreditation for these. The accreditation process or adding a new method to your accreditation is it's certainly not an overnight thing. And so there's, oftentimes if you do have to buy equipment for some new method, we have PTs, we have SOPs, we have, demonstrations of capability. So sometimes that takes a while. And if laboratories are going to do that to coincide with their renewals, that's a once a year basis. They're audited every 2 to 3 years, kind of depending on where ELAP is at this point in time. So being able to add a new method to replace one that is coming off is sometimes takes some time. So one of the things that you ought to consider, if in fact you haven't already, is a period of time where it's going to be phased out as opposed to just suddenly gone from the fields of accreditation. So, and that, getting that transition, that would make that a lot more palatable for laboratories that are having to make adjustments in their accreditation and equipment in order to be able to do that. So just a couple thoughts.
Thank you, Brad. And that did bring to mind an agreement that we worked with ELAP on, especially as we were phasing out the PFAS method 537 and implementing 537.1, was that we agreed that the method would still be accepted by a laboratory until they were seeking reaccreditation. And on reaccreditation, that is when they would no longer be allowed to accredit under the older method. I'm not sure, it would be definitely more difficult to do that with some of these method removals. Again, as we mentioned, we have CLIP that is accepts analytes by method analyte pair, and it's not associated to specific laboratories. And so that's a clear cut yes or no. And so I need to consider whether this is something that we can also implement for these method removals.
Yeah, the 537 Rev 1.1 to 537.1 is a great example where we did have sort of an interim period of time.
Yeah.
What I would point out in that particular transition is that by and large used the same equipment, and it was fundamentally the same, fundamentally the same technique. Going back to the fluoride as an example, if somebody had to move from a ion selective electrode to buy a ion chromatograph, probe is a relatively minor expense. An ion chromatograph is, 40,000. So it's those types of things with procurement, just being able to buy things and then obviously develop the method and get accredited. That's where the time starts to come into play. And so that's why I would emphasize a transition period, or at least notice to the labs that effective, a year out or whatnot, this is going to go away.
Yeah, great thoughts. And as I mentioned, there were of the 6 methods that we had removed and then of course returned the 2, the asbestos and fluoride. I'm looking at the remaining 4. 3 of those 4 methods had no reported data to us in the prior 4 years. And so that, and that's often what the case is going to be, where the method is just obsolete. And those are the ones we want to bring off just to clean up our fields of accreditation. It's not really our intention to remove methods that are commonly used. If they're commonly used, that means that they must be meeting our data quality objectives. And that is where we really need to be conferring with ELTAC and the lab community to make sure that we understand how they're running the method to achieve these lower levels, and to confirm that they, those kind of revisions or tweaks are appropriate, and to ensure that it's meeting our data quality objectives.
Great. I'd like to open it the floor for our public comment from David Kimbrough.
Really fast, I'm just going to sneak in and just point out we're about 40 minutes behind schedule. So
yeah, and so after this comment ends, I'll make some suggestions or some proposals on how we would proceed. So we'll finish out this item first.
Sure.
So we're just giving David the opportunity to unmute, and it just takes a while on the back end. We can see you, David. If you could unmute. Appears like, is he not unable to? There we go.
Got it. All right. In the interest of time, I'll be quick. Again, I have submitted written comments to support the oral comments. So feel free to ask for those if you really want to see these. Again, we support the idea of re-examining all the methods based on data quality objectives. That's a really good idea, especially as part of a broader quality management plan. However, we do have some serious concerns with what was presented here. The first one's technical. You can't use a method detection limit to evaluate your data quality objective. Your data quality objective is based on the detection limit for reporting purposes, DLR. That's all based on accuracy. The MDL doesn't tell you anything about accuracy. It's all about precision. It's just measure how reproducible a set of data is. So it doesn't answer the question. If that's your data quality objective, this is not your data quality indicator or your measurement quality objective. The DQOs and the MQOs have to match up. So that's a very big problem. Additionally, if you're looking at the methods, for example, 200.7 by ICP AES, that data is 40 years old. It was developed at one laboratory on one instrument. It's just not going to tell you anything useful. So if you want to go through and cull methods, you have to use current data, and it has to be based on your data quality objectives, not on something else. I would also note that a lot of laboratories get accredited for a method, but don't necessarily use it a lot because it's their backup method. If their primary instrument goes down, then they go back to this other method. So there are laboratories out there that are accredited for 200.7 by cadmium. They don't run it all the time because their main method might be ICP-MS, but they always want to be ready with a backup method in case the first instrument goes down. So I don't think the commonly used standard is a good approach to determining whether a method meets your data quality objectives or not. I would just note that these methods are broadly written, so there's a lot of room for adaptation to individual laboratories. So just understand when you're looking at these methods, they're not super detailed where you could say, oh, that's a modification, that's not. And the last thing I would note is, in your current regulations, it says the laboratories shall use, or the methods used shall be from 40 CFR 141. Whether the federal regulations require to use them or not, California regulations require the use of those methods in themselves. So if you want to cull the population, as it were, you have to go through the complete rulemaking process, 41, the 8 Administrative Procedures Act. Thank you all very much, and I hope you have a good meeting. I will drop off after this. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Any other discussion from the ELTAC members? Okay. Well, thank you, Betsy. I do note that you have another item. I believe it is an informational item. And this one is followed, and actually a second one with regards to CLIP, but I will pause here and just maybe gauge the committee here. We have a few items that are on the agenda, such as we had here a time for discussion and planning, and I had envisioned that would what that would entail would be a discussion on try to come up with some dates for our upcoming meetings and maybe some future topics, and possibly as a kind of a follow up to any of the topics that we've talked about during the day. And we had allotted 30 minutes there. So I think we can, I would like to just again gauge the community to see if we can cut some time out from there And then depending on how many comments we get from the public regarding items that are not in the agenda, we may be able to cut some time out in that area as well. So if there's no objections, I think we can keep moving forward with the presentations we have, and then we can pick, regain some of that time in those two agenda items. Betsy, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you meant for me to go ahead with my next two. I'm perfectly happy if I can just, perhaps we can take in some written responses to the next slide questions to save some time.
I mean, I would.
We've got the time.
Yeah, I mean, unless I'm hearing any objections from the committee, I think you can go ahead and go with these. We've talked about it. They may be pretty straightforward and informational in nature. So we'll just, maybe we can go through with that and continue to evaluate.
I just want to give it time for Melissa. I think there's one more presentation after me.
Right.
Okay, so we do want to talk about electronic chain of custody. Next slide, please. So, and this is coming to us because we have been asked from one municipal laboratory who's developing some of their own technology for their operators and samplers in the field to digitize their chain of custody processes. And in discussing this internally, and so of course the question is an electronic signature adequate and appropriate for chain of custodies? And in the internal conversations, we've learned that some laboratories may be intaking chain of custody digitally already through their LIMS system. That I was unaware of that. And so we wanted to get some input from you on just on the concept in general, how you feel about using electronic or digitized chain of custody form, how that meets legal needs for the chain of custody form and the potential need to present this in a court, and how signatures are obtained reflecting sampling, handoff, or transition, and whether there's any other issues that we need to consider as we're moving through the evaluation of this proposal. So that's the basic question and concept, and wanted your input. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, let me scan through here. I see Pam has raised her hand. Go ahead and unmute, Pam.
So just real quickly, I have the TNI open here. I was trying to find it in California regs. I know they're now based off the 2016 TNI. What they call for is that the laboratories have a written procedure for electronic signatures. So I don't think there's a one answer that this group can give other than that electronic signatures should be allowed as long as the laboratory has the procedure to support it.
Now, I wonder, Pam, and maybe Betsy would chime in here, but I wonder if there's a difference between what you're describing there and actually electronic chain of custodies that would be, filled out or prepared in the field.
I would say that's a best practice. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. There are, with data being submitted electronically to agencies, EPA did adopt their cross-media electronic reporting rule back in 2008, where we need to ensure that this digital data meets all criteria, that we have valid signatures, that it's not changed in transmission, that it's not changed afterwards, things like that. So I'm guessing, without having further legal interpretation, that is more related to the submission of data to us, or submission of data, rather than the chain of custody.
Pam, did you have a follow-up there, or?
No, I mean, I agree. I think that, again, it comes down to a policy at the laboratory for secure handling of electronic data, including the chain of custody.
Okay.
Yeah, you feel includes, okay.
Sorry, Shamita, Judy, and then I believe Carol has her hand up as well.
This is a great idea, and this has been an idea that has been toyed around for quite a while, but really we haven't found a good way to implement it. And if we can come up with a procedure and make it easy on labs that they can use an electronic chain of custody, I think it'll be a very widely used process. But the thing is, a lot of labs have not come up with a procedure that would meet the handoff requirements that is currently required for regulatory samples.
Thank you.
Hey Jacob, this is Sam. I don't have a hands up option, so if it's okay if to speak. I'll share our experiences with somewhat of a hybrid electronic COC that we're currently using for our beach monitoring program. So we use a Esri app called Survey 123. And every time we go to a beach location, we open up a new survey and then we put in all the metadata. It actually geolocates where we collect that sample. So we stamp where we collect that sample, timestamps it. And then once we get back, we print out an electronic COC. So we did, Pam, thank you for bringing that up. So we did read the TNI requirements. It just says, as long as you have a written process, it's okay. But, we felt that we still want to use a wet signature since this is still new. So we print out that COC through GIS, and then we have the sampler and then the recipient sign off on that COC. And then that data actually gets automatically transferred into LIMS as well. So, it's a very secure process for us, we believe. And after we print out the electronic COC, we verify that data was transferred properly into LIMS by comparing it against the COC and the data in LIMS system. So it's a hybrid process, but it's been working actually really well for us.
Thank you.
We got Judy and then Carol.
Yep. So just a couple of things that comes to mind is the difference between an electronic signature versus a digital signature. So a digital signature is a more secure signature that actually it comes through a system and is authorized by a known certification authority. So whereas an electronic signature is one where a signer has the intent to use a signature, but it's not as secure as a digital. So I just kind of wanted to make that distinction. But to go back to what Sam was talking about a hybrid, that is quite frequently used where there's data that's transferred electronically in the field, and then a paper system might be used to actually transfer the physical samples handoff to handoff, depending on where it's going. So, I think the idea of using an electronic COC is a great new thing to do. I think there's a number of companies out there that have focused on it, but I don't know that anybody has got it perfect yet. So I think this is a great opportunity to find, to talk about some best practices of those who have already, started down this path.
Thank you, Judy. And then Carol, and Carol, before you go, Shamita, did you have a follow-up or is your hand just still there?
Actually, I'll lower it because Judy just reiterated what I wanted to say. So thank you, Judy.
Okay, no problem. So Carol?
Hi, yeah. Now, something very similar to the hybrid situation, I could see not being a concern as much for legal, as long as potentially the wet signature is kept there. I mean, the whole purpose of the chain of custody is to show relinquish of ownership of the samples from one person to another person. And I know I've had to deal quite a bit with our legal departments on the association of what they deem as a authentic version of the document, and they're always looking for wet signatures. And if it's going to be an electronic or a digital signature, it has to be something that they call a trusted system, where it can't be altered. So there's still a little back and forth with legal on what they, how they feel about digital and electronic signatures when they're taking sample results into court. Not so much on the report, but on the chain of custody.
All right, I thought I had seen Brad's hand up, but it looks like maybe it's down now. Just kind of wrapping up then this item, Betsy. You know, it sounds like obviously this is an item that's at the forefront, you know, as we move forward in the digital age. I don't know if now would be the time to explore that more through ELTAC, or maybe, you know, this is just something that we're all, you know, keeping an eye on as we move forward.
Thanks for that, and sorry for my typing. I don't have a good way to mute my typing while I'm talking. Yeah, we do need to continue the conversation with the municipal lab and with our own legal counsel. I do know that as we begin implementing CLIP, and if we have time, I'll quickly breeze through those slides. We are going to get a wet signature on file so that we can accept this data electronically as the beginning of our process for CROMER compliant. It's not a fully CROMER compliant system yet.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, as we're pulling up those slides for the CLIP update, and then Melissa, you'll be next.
Okay, and I will breeze through this very quickly. Next slide, please. I wanted to just give you an update of our process for implementing our California Laboratory Intake Portal, and I'm certain that you have all you heard about this when we were beginning the development, probably about a year ago. And there have been a few newsletters in the past year where our data management unit, Paul Williams, is keeping the laboratories updated. So we are very close to being able to implement this. CLIP is going to replace WQM, what we call our water quality monitoring intake portal, also replace Right-On and the lab to state process that's used for lead and copper data right now. We've been developing it for the last year and a half working with Earthsoft, who has a platform called Equus. I don't know it's an environmental quality intake system. I think that's what Equus stands for. And they're customizing it to meet our needs for data intake. We're developing a new EDD that has already been provided to labs through a newsletter in October. And if you have not received that EDD format, certainly reach out to Paul. His email is later in these slides. It will allow submission of data for specific identified method analyte pairs. And I mentioned that in my prior presentation. If we have not identified a method analyte pair in CLIP and a laboratory tries to submit data using a method or that we've not accepted for an analyte, it will be rejected. At that point, you know, the laboratory can reach out to DMU and work with them to identify whether that method analyte pair does need to be included in CLIP. And we have the ability to add method analyte pairs. And I will tell you, we have been going through some exhaustive processes to be as complete as possible. We've also already provided the method analyte pairing list to laboratories via email, probably a month or two ago, so you could begin reviewing that. And we have added a number of pairs in response to your comments. Next slide, please. So the EDD, again, provided to labs in October. We have a group of, I don't know, about 7 labs that are beta testing. submission of data through a test version of CLIP. And that began actually last week. They got training and they're doing their test submissions. I believe a couple of the labs represented on ELTAC are participating in that beta test. We're going to be doing training for all laboratories in early March, and EarthSoft will be doing that training. We have not developed the date. We kind of have a soft go live date. Our goal is in March, but much depends upon our ability to get all of the testing completed to make sure it's a robust system, and then to provide the training to the laboratories. The problem here is that all labs have to transition at the same time. We cannot have labs continuing to report through WQM or lab to state at the same time as we have labs reporting through CLIP. This is a flip the switch kind of situation. So we need to bring all labs up to speed, have all labs prepared at the same time. So that soft date of March, that's our goal. We've been working hard. We've actually pushed this date back. Our initial date had been January. And so we want to make sure that this transition works for all labs before we actually flip that switch. Next slide. So registration is going to be required, and you can do this now. And one of the critical aspects is that electronic subscriber agreement form, which gives us the wet signature. And so there you can log into the CLIP portal, which is hosted by EarthSoft, download that form, sign it, and then mail it, snail mail for this one, mail that wet signature to us, and you are partway towards being ready to begin reporting to us through CLIP. So the subscriber agreement form also identifies requirements and responsibilities of data submitters and the legally responsible official for each laboratory. Next slide, please. So you can refer to emails from our data management unit, and they have come to you through the email address you see there. And CLIP resources such as the standalone EDP software that you can download, installation instructions, format, all kinds of information is available to you on our CLIP homepage at that URL that EarthSoft is hosting. Next slide. And that is it in a nutshell. There is so much that has gone on to develop this new platform. And the value that it brings to us is not just that it is now on a more modern platform, that it's going to be a cloud service, it's software as a service. So it is going to be hosted by EarthSoft, although we will own the data. But this will allow us to push our data into CIDWIS, which is our compliance and reporting tool to EPA for public water systems. And this will be the first time that we can fully utilize CIDWIS for our compliance determination. It's a step that has been 10 years in the waiting and in the making. EPA is anxious for us to do that because we will be able to more fully report to them the compliance status of our public water systems. So I provided Paul Williams. They have a CLIP email address, and then of course my email address if you care to reach out to me. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. And so I think that was meant to be more of an informational item, but if there's any feedback or comments from the members, I'm sure Betsy wouldn't mind hearing anything before we move on to the next agenda item. I see I have Josie, your hand up.
Yeah, Betsy, thank you for that presentation. My question for you is, how is CLIP similar to the naming convention for civics, likewise EDD format deliverables and method analyte pair convention?
I'm not the person to ask that question to, but I can certainly, and of course we would have to confer with others on the CWIC EDD. I'm not familiar with it. But if that is something that you would like to have a comparison of, we can certainly somehow get that to you.
Yeah, it's okay. I can probably compare the two. Make my own comparison. My concern here is we are having a lot of database or way to report lab results, but if they are using different naming convention LIMS systems for laboratories such as for us, we have a LIMS system. It has to match your naming convention. But if my laboratory is performing two matrices, one is for wastewater going to SEWIX and one is for drinking water going to CLIP, and they have two separate naming convention, I'm gonna it's gonna be a lot of changes happening as well on our end. It's just an example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. In the interest of time, we'll just move forward with the next agenda item. But Betsy's had her contact information there, so I'm sure her and her team would be available to answer any future questions that may come up. Again, thank you all, for your patience as we kind of work through the agenda. And I'm not really too concerned about the timing for the rest of the afternoon. We may go over slightly, but I don't anticipate it being too long. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Melissa with the Division of Drinking Water Regulatory Development Union, and also ELTAC member.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Hong with the State Water Resources Control Board's Division of Drinking Water in the Regulatory Development Unit. And this is intended to be an update on lab-related things coming out of our unit and a couple of requests. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give short updates on where we are with the microplastics method development and reporting requirements and laboratory accreditation offerings, detection limits for purposes of reporting for a few contaminants, and what we're looking at in terms of reporting level terminology for comparison with the DLRs. So Health and Safety Code section 116376 requires the State Water Board to develop monitoring and reporting requirements for microplastics in drinking water, starting with the definition by July 1st of last year, and followed this year by adoption of standard analytical methodology, adoption of requirements for 4 years of testing and reporting of drinking water microplastics levels, including public disclosure of results, consideration of a notification level or other consumer guidance, and accreditation of qualified laboratories for analysis using the adopted analytical method or methods. For this rulemaking, we're authorized to just take this through the board process with a policy handbook instead of going through the regular Administrative Procedure Act. So back in December 2019, we executed a contract with the Southern California Coastal Water Resource Project, or SCORP, for development and validation of the standard methodology. And we also have SCORP contracted to coordinate and conduct health effects research to inform our decision on whether to issue a notification level or other consumer guidance, and to provide training of ELAP staff prior to offering accreditation for the method. The definition was adopted last year in June, and despite COVID-related delays in getting samples out for the method validation work, SCORP has now received enough data from labs participating in the validation study for the drinking water samples to start crunching the numbers, and we are on track to have a standardized method available for review this spring, and are expecting to again be able to meet the statutory deadline of July 1st for this. I'm sorry, I didn't say next slide. Please, thank you. The definition, as part of the method development contract, we are requesting estimates from laboratories participating in the validation study on whether they're likely to pursue accreditation and what the likely analysis charges to customers would be, because along with potential health effects and data needs, we also want to consider laboratory capacity and analytical costs in setting the monitoring requirements for the water systems. We have, I think there was a total of 40 laboratories that are participating in the method validation work. many of them are academic laboratories that wouldn't necessarily be offering analytical services to the public or to water systems, but we do have a few water systems and a few commercial laboratories that are participating. But so we'll see what that information looks like. That should be available in the next several weeks, actually. We're tentatively planning to put the reporting component into the consumer confidence report regulations as the most efficient means of transmitting the information to consumers. I know that some laboratories do work to compile those consumer confidence report paperwork together for some of their customers. So I'd be happy to hear any thoughts on that. And then finally, while there may be some delays in getting the ELAP auditors training done, the in-person components at least, due to COVID-related concerns about having too many people in one place, we are working to minimize those so that we can still offer accreditation by this summer. Next slide. And then lowering DLRs. So we are on a sustained effort to lower detection limits for purposes of reporting for the drinking water standards. Health and Safety Code section 116365 requires the State Water Board at least once every 5 years to review maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, and specifies criteria for those reviews. In addition to being no less stringent than federal MCLs, one of those criteria is the requirement to set MCLs as close as feasible to the public health goals as is technologically and economically feasible. In conducting the MCL reviews, staff have found that where the regulatory detection limits for purposes of reporting are set higher than the public health goals, staff's ability to evaluate public exposure to contaminants between the public health goal and the DLR is effectively limited, as is our ability to evaluate the economic and technological feasibility of lowering the MCL. So if staff determined that lower reporting levels can be achieved with adequate lab capacity, we plan to revise the DLRs to allow collection of data to better inform the MCL review process. Consistent with that same statute, the goal for the DLRs is always the public health goal or lower to allow a cushion between detection and non-compliance for the water systems to the extent technologically and economically feasible. We have a few dozen of MCLs in that situation that we need to work through, and I'll be going over the ones that are in progress over the next few slides. Next slide, please. Right now, we're working on hexavalent chromium. The 2014 hexavalent chromium DLR 1 part per billion was deleted along with the MCL back in 2017. For the last time around, the initial statement of reasons for the 2014 MCL stated that the Department of Public Health was evaluating EPA method 218.7 for use in California, and stated that it had a reporting limit of 0.00003 milligrams per liter. EPA 218.7 is currently offered as part of ELAP SOPA testing. Regulatory development staff have been working with the older ELTAC work group while ELTAC was on hiatus on DLRs to develop a survey sent to laboratories late last year and are working through the responses. As part of the survey, we asked about performance capabilities at different methods that are offered for accreditation, typical costs associated with those methods and performance levels. And again, we're looking for a goal of the public health goal if that's feasible. Next slide, please. Also, as part of our review of the lead and copper rule, which may be seeing some changes, we're also evaluating whether we can lower the DLR for lead since it's currently greater than the public health goal. On a separate requirement, Assembly Bill 2370 required a few years ago that licensed child daycare centers located in buildings constructed before January 1st, 2010 test for lead contamination levels and notify parents or legal guardians of children enrolled if the requirement to test for the water and what the results were. Part of that bill also asked for them to consult with us, and based on the results we saw from a preliminary survey on what we could achieve with lead, we do expect to be able to lower the lead DLR from 5 parts per billion to 1 part per billion and still have lab capacity. So we did recommend to the Department of Social Services quite a while ago now that they include a DLR equivalent of 1 part per billion for child daycare centers, and we are looking at public noticing a proposed revision to our DLR to probably around that same concentration later this year. While we were looking at lead, we realized that we could look at some other metals at the same time and maybe be more efficient in our rulemaking endeavor. So next slide, please. For the lead DLR, we're going to go ahead and group that with DLRs for other metals that are analyzed by the same methods. That will delay the start of the formal rulemaking process by a few months, but it will probably be more efficient overall. The metals we're currently looking at potentially lowering DLRs for are antimony, arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, and thallium. So next slide, please. Another effort, and this overlaps a little bit with what Betsy was talking about earlier, is we're also looking more closely right now at quantitation levels in general, what terminology we use, what we mean by them, and what we might want to use for comparison against the DLR, and so that we know better what questions to ask when we're surveying the laboratories about capabilities, and we know what we're comparing to for regulatory purposes. So we're interested in the reporting level versus the MRL, the LCMRL. We want to have feasible criteria so that we can properly get data that we have high confidence that we need to know what recovery rates that we should be looking at, and it doesn't vary by contaminant group. Should we be looking at 10% plus or minus 20%, 30%? And we want to make sure that we know what we're talking about, that we're not just getting down to a certain concentration and sacrificing either precision or accuracy somehow. So we want to make sure that we'd like to talk about what we should be comparing to in development of the DLR, and this isn't necessarily we want to make sure we've got the right vocabulary and that we're not going to create problems, or that we're not sacrificing quality just to have a false sense of precision at the low end of the concentration ranges. So next slide, please. So we are looking to reconstitute or new volunteers for the work group on DLRs in general, to help inform us on what questions we ought to be asking of laboratories to make sure that we're going to have a feasible regulation to develop for the DLRs, and that we are going to be able to have that data of known quality, and that we can be confident in it, and that we're not going to be getting results that are lower than we can actually have confidence in, but that we're not keeping the DLRs too high when they don't need to be too high. So we're looking for a work group for the DLRs, and for the reporting level criteria, I'm not sure if we need a work group or subcommittee, but I'm leaning at this point for a work group, because I think it's more informative to us about what technical constraints are, what the state of the industry is for some of the terminology, and what we should be thinking about. And I know there's been some previous work done by former work groups or subcommittees by one of my predecessors and other members of ELTAC in the past, and that we're looking to build on that and possibly have an actionable item through regulation at some point for this. That's it. So next slide, please.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Yeah, so as you can see, I mean, she has there an ask for the group, for the committee. I know that in the past that support has been provided as a work group. So that would be the informal process where Melissa was really just working in conjunction with the members from ELTAC who she had gotten in connection with through ELTAC. I think, I don't know where Melissa you stand, but if there's any, can you see any barriers with, if it were a subcommittee, that information that you're looking for, I think would be needed on a more expeditious basis. So I think that that's something to kind of consider. And I don't know if any of that, the output or the work product that would come from these work groups would need to be ran through ELTAC first. So those are just things to consider as we open it up for discussion. Any thoughts from the committee? Okay. Personally, where I stand is that this would be a work group, and ELTAC would really, in this function here, serve as a conduit with connecting DDW with those resources. whether it's through ELTAC members or maybe even recommendations to some of your other colleagues or other people who may be interested. We got Augustine's hand up.
I mean, I agree. I think doing this as a work group would be pretty straightforward and easy. And I know that I could, coordinate some folks and some of the other members of LTAC can put this information out and get reasonable feedback on what makes sense and what's doable and what is not doable, probably in a little more efficient manner. So yeah, I agree. I think work group would be easy and a good idea for this.
Excellent. Melissa, in that case, would it be okay for you to or Augustine, Melissa, would it be okay if you made contact after this meeting and try to identify any interested parties and that would be able to help?
That would be fine with me, thanks.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you for that update, Melissa. I know this was very informative for both the ELTAC members and I'm sure for the public as well who are watching through the webcast in terms of understanding what's coming down the pipeline and what's to be prepared for in the future. So I appreciate you taking the time and putting together this presentation.
Jacob, we do have a public comment from Jacob
yes.
on this item.
Thank you so much. Apologies, Jared. We are going to be sending you over to allow you to unmute. I believe so.
Oh, it looks like he left the meeting already. So.
Oh. Did he provide the comment in writing by any chance, Jen, for you to read?
No, he just let me know he wanted to comment on this item. He didn't give me any information beyond that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're kind of getting towards the end here. This item here, number 10, is where I talked about we'd be able to maybe cut some time out from. Initially, I think maybe I was a little bit ambitious while I was putting together the agenda. And not, accounting for, some of the longer discussion. So apologies for that. But here in this agenda item, I didn't really have any slides or anything put together. I thought that this would be more of the organic or collaborative type conversation. And I did want to, in the agenda, I did identify that we would at least talk about, identifying some dates for future meetings. And I wasn't intending to identify an exact date, but maybe just if we could pick a month and maybe a window within those months. And then, we will follow up through at a future date through a doodle poll and to, peg down or lock down a date. I think we can still try and do that. I also want to follow up on our item earlier and identify who would be involved with the subcommittee. And then I had suggested that we talk about future topics, but I think maybe in the interest of time, if there are some that come to mind, we can throw that out, or otherwise, I'll be working with the chairperson to make for our next meetings and identifying what topics we'll be putting on the agenda. And I guess this is where I was really being ambitious, where I had put down strategic planning. I don't know that we would have time today to get into that level of discussion or detail, but it really is important. I know many of you all are involved in other committees and organizations, and really the ones that are most successful have that ability to plan and look forward in the future. So this may be something that the chair and I can discuss and think about putting on a future item. All of that, this is really just my proposals to the committee. Ultimately, this is your committee, and so if anybody objects to that or disagrees, feel free to bring that up, and so we can adjust accordingly. With that, I'll just we can just talk about some potential future dates. Josie, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, probably part of our consideration, as ELTAC members, the chair is required to report to the State Water Board sometime in October this year for our activities to date. So maybe that's going to be our marker, whether we're going to meet 2 more times before then or 1 time before then.
That's a good point. I would just clarify that I don't know that October is the required date. I think that had just been out of just habit that we had always done it in October. But I don't see any problem with if we can meet that date, that's fine. If not, it can also be moved.
Either way, there's an obligation to report to the State Water Board ELTAC activities before the year ends. So whatever that date is, our group need to decide whether we're going to meet 2 more times before then or 1 more time before then.
Okay, great point. Great point. Thoughts on meeting twice before the presentation or once? I believe Brad, apologies. I think you have your hand up.
No, actually, I was about to make the same basic comment that Josie did. Wondering if there was a specific time when we did need to report to the board. So, I had assumed that we would probably try to get through at least 2 more meetings before we did that, just to kind of report on the year, the year's activities. Mm-hmm. So, with that in mind, I had just kind of looking at a calendar. My thought was maybe May and October or May and September. I wasn't aware of anything, an obligation with regards to October. So.
Yeah. I think May would be good because there's an ELAP conference in June. Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, it also will be good, as we partner with them, activities or additional work coming out of the conference, etc.
May and September sounds good on our end as well. That would come out to about once every 4 months.
I was going to propose April and September, just kind of getting it off the school cycles a little bit. And I think that there might be other meetings starting up in May, hopefully, if people can meet face to face again, ever. Outside of this group is what I'm thinking of. There's usually a DoD meeting in May-ish.
Okay.
And then there's usually a TNI meeting again in August. So then after that, maybe.
Yeah.
So in April, May, September.
Yeah.
Scanning here to see if there's any other raised hands or comments. I guess at this point, if the floor is open and you feel you would like to speak up, just feel free to do so. Again, I think I wasn't intending to lock in an exact date. We may be able to work with these. What do you think, Jen? We can just try to put down,
Yeah, we'll get together a doodle poll
Yeah.
and get that finalized.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, we got that. How about if we move on to identifying volunteers for the subcommittee? I see Sumita's hand is up.
Jacob, before you move on, I just wanted to confirm that you are going to send out a doodle poll again for us to kind of just like how we did for today's meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I believe I'm not sure if Kim was on earlier, but I think from what I heard earlier, she said, did I catch that right? She said 10 would be really the max to be.
No, 10 would be a quorum. So it would have to be something less than 10.
Okay. Of ELTAC members, correct?
Yes, and that's including you and the scribe. So, you know, if you and the scribe are going to be in there too, then that would count towards that total, which should be 9.
Okay. So that kind of helps set the stage in terms of number of volunteers. It certainly doesn't have to be 9. I mean, that would be a really large group, but just kind of at least knowing, you know, the bookends on how many people we would really want volunteers from. So I see Pam, your hand is up.
Yes, I think before we even pull from the LTAC committees, if we are going to be limited in that, I think that we discussed that we definitely need somebody from the regulatory side of things. So maybe we can look and see who that's going to be, and then how many slots from LTAC we might still have available. I don't know if that's somebody from DTSC or.
Yeah, I mean, as people are thinking about that, I also, as I see it, is there's, as the work group you know, forms and moves forward with the work, and actually I apologize, I was saying work group, the subcommittee, again, I apologize, the subcommittee, as they form and start developing and researching this, I can see that there'd be you know, a meeting where they can invite regulatory agencies to attend a subcommittee meeting and provide their perspective and try to understand and get a bigger picture and an idea here. So just something to kind of think about, if there's not necessarily some regulatory agency on the subcommittee, I think there's still the opportunity to engage with them and bring in their involvement. I see Sumitra, your hand is up.
Jacob, yeah, being on a subcommittee previously, I strongly recommend a regulatory agency representative to be on any of those subcommittees, just so they can partner. Otherwise, I mean, you know, just to make sure that everybody that's being discussed, that's being decided on, everybody's on the same page.
Okay. Peter, I see your hands up, and then Andrew, and then Carol.
Yeah, I mean, my question is a little more of a procedural one. I guess, you know, as these subcommittees are formed, is the structure that, you know, LTAC as a whole is nominating a chair to run these subcommittees, or is it being run by the individual that brought it forward, in this case, ELAP? I guess, you know, that would help sort of figure out how the structure is going to go for this, because we can figure out sort of how it's run. I've served on a number of these different things, and it seems like none of them are exactly the same. But from a structural standpoint, if LTAC has formed before, what they've kind of looked like, whether, you know, Chris is going to be, you know, involved in this because he brought it to the table, or how it's going to work.
So I'll add something. Just certainly, you know, this is an LTAC committee, and so the subcommittee, you know, somebody would decide whether who's going to be a chair of that subcommittee or a lead. And I believe in the bylaws it does say that there needs to be an ELAP representative as well. So that there would be an ELAP representative there, and then Sumitra is highly suggesting that a state regulatory agency be involved as well. Did that answer the question, Peter? Or I guess really it's in terms of who's going to lead it. I mean, it's really up to the committee.
Okay, fair enough.
I think we had Andrew and Carol. And I'm asking him to unmute. Let's see if that will work. There we go.
Yeah. This is Andrew. Yeah, I'll volunteer. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We got one volunteer, Andrew. And he is a state regulatory agency, so that addresses Susmita's suggestion or recommendation. I believe, Carol, you had your hand up.
I'll volunteer as well.
Pam, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'll volunteer, and maybe I'll suggest that we ask volunteers to just put their little hand up.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if we were at that point yet. We got Pam, and just to clarify, Judy, I see your hand up. Is that for a comment or a volunteer?
Volunteer.
Okay, we have Judy, and then Peter, I see your hand up as well.
Maybe Jacob, we can do a thumbs up for volunteers and a hand, I'll raise hand for comments.
Too late in the day.
I know, hence the request.
I'm happy to volunteer for this as well.
Okay, Peter. All right, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I see Diane came in with a late thumbs up.
We're going with the thumbs.
I can't tell, Dan. You'll have to confirm. I don't want to speak for you.
I'm sorry, who were you talking to?
For you, Dan. I didn't know.
Oh, I'm confirming. Yes. Yes.
Oh, say it again. Sorry.
I confirm. Yes, I'm volunteering.
Okay, Diane. Okay. All right. We got a great group forming here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think. Okay. Did I miss anybody?
Hi, this is Corey.
Hi.
I'm happy to volunteer as well.
Okay.
And me too, so Augustine.
Jacob, this is Sam from OC San. I'll volunteer as well.
And
All right.
Jacob, you missed my thumbs up, but I volunteered as well.
That makes 10.
Oh, I'll take myself off.
Okay. And so, Kim, do we say 10 is the max?
No, I'm sorry.
No, 9 is the max.
Okay, so we're at 9. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, there we got 9. I hope.
And that, are you on there? I didn't catch like.
Actually, you're right. We do need a ELAP representative there.
Well, you could have an ELAP representative that's not, on the LTAC, but you're on the LTAC, so you would count towards the quorum.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
So,
Christopher.
Yeah, Christopher.
I could remove myself if necessary.
Okay, I'm trying to see, I don't know if Chris, if maybe they're putting him on the spot like that or not, but what do we see here?
The crowd wants Chris. This is Christine. We should just.
Yeah, I guess I'm
Hi,
being
Chris.
voluntold for this position, so I'll happily accept.
All right, and then we have Chris H. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's a pretty good group here. I think in terms of procedure, I appoint Andrew, Carol, Pam, Judy, Peter, Diane, Corinne, Augustine, Sam, and Christopher Han. Kate or Kim, is that formal enough, or are we following the rules here?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, congratulations. This is really, again,
Committee.
the conversation, like we said, is really one that's both at the state and national level, and it is. I'm just really excited to see where this goes. So, thank you everybody for volunteering for that, and for Chris for being voluntold, and that we can cross that item off the list.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I actually have to leave now. But it was very nice to meet everyone, and I look forward to the next meeting and our subcommittee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Corinne. And
thanks, Corey.
It is 4 o'clock, so I again apologize. We're right at that time. At this point here,
we do not currently have any public comments for items not on the agenda, so we can just move to the next item.
Okay, great. And is that in the current? I mean, does everybody concur with that, or is there any objections to kind of cutting out a lot of that part from the previous item? I doubt at this point anybody would object, but I don't want to make that call unilaterally. Excellent. Okay, well, just scanning through, no objections. So I'll go ahead and announce that Judy Morgan was selected as the chair for this ELTAC committee 2021. So congratulations, Judy. We thank you for throwing your hat in there and just wanting to take on this role. California ELAP is really honored that you would put your hat in there to be a part of this. So thank you for that. And we'll put you a little bit on the spotlight here. If you'd like to say a few words before we adjourn.
Yeah, I know we're over time, so I'm not going to keep everybody, but wow, thank you so much. I feel so honored. I feel honored that that I was asked to be on this committee, and that I was actually selected as a representative. So I even feel even more honored now that I've been selected as chair. I can't explain to everybody on this committee after reading through everybody's bios how much I'm looking forward to getting to know everybody on the committee. Some folks I already know, many I do not. So I'm very much looking forward to working with everybody and looking to see what kind of great things that we can do together as a committee, especially with all the expertise and years of experience that everybody on here has. So, with that being said, I just want to thank you each and every one for putting your faith in me to take this job and to hopefully do you guys proud. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy, and congratulations.
Thank you, Jacob.
Well, we're wrapping up now. It appears that the webcast portion of it actually ended at 4 o'clock. So it's probably a good idea. We can just wrap it up as well. Like I said, apologies. They were a little bit over. In the future, Judy, for future agenda items, we'll try to be a little bit more aware of that. I think there's probably just extra time that happens because of this remote operation. So, we'll lesson learned there. I hope everybody found today's presentations helpful and informative. And thank you all for your participation. And we look forward to talking again, not as a quorum or in successive emails or I forgot the term, but you know what I mean. And we'll look for it. I hope everybody stays safe, and we'll talk soon. Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Bye, guys.
Have a good rest of the day, evening.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody.